and we are live. Dee Dee, go ahead and check sounds. Make sure that we are actually being heard out there in YouTube land.
Will do. And welcome back, Jackie.
You know, it's been a while since we've had a show, and I did one thing with something that we're doing relatively new here. It's called Zombiepalooza Radio Indie Film, and we go to different locations this year, and we're going to be talking about people who have independent films and things of that sort. Very cool stuff. We're getting a little bit of a late start because, as with all things relatively new, there are some glitches and hangups. So I'm letting this show run until about 1:30 a.m. instead of 1 a.m. to compensate for time. And people know mostly who you are, Dee Dee. Give them a little bit of a idea of what they're going to see here.
A little background.
I know, a little background.
Well, one day I was alive.
Not that little. I mean,
oh. Well, I am Digital William. I am the co-host of Zombiepalooza Radio Live. Jackie captured me and stuck me here. Not really stuck me. Kind of put me here, and I'm very grateful and glad I'm not stuck in that bar anymore.
Cool. Is Crunchy around?
I think so. Crunchy, get over here.
What do you want this time?
Hi, I needed you to do a sound check. Crunchy is our engineer for Zombiepalooza Radio, and he's going to be checking, making sure sounds are working and all of that straight through. We are going to be doing a live 5-hour show. I really would like to get started, so Crunchy, you know what to do.
We are sounding good. Our video is going good.
All right.
But there's zombies stuck on there. Never mind, it's you now. Awesome. Everything's running well.
All right, thank you. Okay, this is Zombiepalooza Radio Live, and tonight we are going to be presenting authors from Optimus Maximus Publishing, special creatives, and someone here from Fanboy TV going to be talking about what he has for indie fans of film and special effects and all of that other cool thing, indie. And we are starting right now with author Keith Montgomery, and we're going to be keeping on a little bit longer, and the schedule is going to be shifted a little bit. But all right, so you got to see a little bit of the behind the scene action going on Zombiepalooza Radio Live. What do you think about that, Keith?
Sweet. I see you got little gremlins going on tonight.
A little bit of gremlins. All right, so what I'd like you to do is introduce yourself and tell us what you produce and what your main genre is.
Well, I'm Keith Montgomery. I'm author and proud father of the new book, The Sandrian Chronicles Written in Blood. I started out, I guess I've always written, because, I've had articles printed here in newspapers and what have you, but nothing like Sandrian. Sandrian is my first attempt at a novel.
And what can we find in this novel?
Well, in this novel, you're going to find vampires, but they're not quite like vampires you might be used to. These are living vampires. They have heartbeats. They're long-lived, but they're not immortal. What I've done here is I have taken vampires, lichens, and humans, three species who in films and literature have been lethal enemies, and I have combined them and forced them together to join forces against an evil more powerful than any of them has ever faced. And that evil is Anna. She's a mutant vampire. And probably the most interesting character I've ever created, in that Anna, well, let's go back to the beginning. When you write novels, generally you want to set up rules that govern your world that you're going to be writing about. Anna, in this case, is interesting in that Anna breaks some of the very rules I've set in my book. She does things that vampires should not be able to do.
Now, vampires very interesting because, of course, they're really a species that is very near and dear to my heart. There are certain things that people have an idea we cannot do. What are some of the maybe misconceptions that people have about vampires that would relate to your work?
Well, some of the misconceptions I think is that they believe that vampires really can't go out into daylight, but that's not quite true. They can go out in overcast days, but it's direct sunlight that is the killer.
That's a bit of an issue. What about objects like this?
Well, I guess it depends on which author you're dealing with. In some vampire novels, crosses have caused vampire pain, and I've read vampire novels there where crosses have absolutely no effect on vampires. So in that respect, you get both. I guess it depends on which author you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
And in my book, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What about, like, say, garlic and things of that sort?
Well, in my book, there are different species of, there are as many species of vampires there are species of roses. Some species of vampire in my book will be affected by garlic, where others will have garlic in their mashed potatoes.
I love garlic. Garlic.
Like Jackie.
Yeah.
I was going to already say it's just like you.
I'm all about the garlic.
Yeah.
All right. So you took about 7 years to be able to create the Sandrin Chronicles. As a creative type, a lot of times people will get to a certain place in their life and they'll have to put things away, or they will come to roadblocks, or something will interfere in that creative process. Was that something that you were going through, or did you just take really, really a long, careful amount of time in creating this?
Well, in what all of you described, I can check all of the above. All of the above had a hand in making this novel take it 7 years that it did. I often found that while writing, since this is my first novel, and I didn't know what I was doing. Let's be honest. I found that the more I wrote, the more there was to write. And then there were instances where I would write a chapter or two and then go back and read it, and I decided this is crap. Then I have to tear that out and redo it.
And while you're going through the process of doing that, is there anything that you would go to be able to help you perhaps get better perspective on, say, whatever particular part you were having difficulty with? Did you step back and go someplace, like physically or mentally, before you came back to reconstruct?
Well, what I do when I hit that wall, which I sometimes did, I would put my novel down and I pick up another novel by one of the many other vampire authors that I happen to read. They provide inspiration, and they provide me a release, and it gives me a cool off time for when because you get so far and then it's like your mind wants to shut down. And to give myself a break from my own work, I go read someone else's.
Do you have any particular authors that you go to when you're trying to put a creative piece together, or do you kind of like stay away from that and develop on your own?
Well, there are certain authors. Janine Frost is one. J.R. Ward, Lindsay Sands is another good one. I find that I'm not all that wild about Anne Rice. Go figure. I don't know. There's something about her writing that doesn't move me.
Okay.
But all respect to Anne Rice, she's a excellent author, and I'm just a novice.
Talk a little bit about how you develop character.
Well, many of the characters I put together in this book came from dialogue that took place in my head while writing. So sometimes the dialogue dictated who the character was.
Give me a little bit more.
Well, when I put this thing together, what I wanted something a little bit different. I didn't want the Van Helsing kind of guy. I wanted somebody a little bit more younger, faster, more lethal, to be more of a match for this evil being that I've created. Because Anna, I think, would make short work of Van Helsing, because despite he's a vampire killer, he's smart, but with Anna's speed, treachery, and evil, well, I think she'd make very short work of Van Helsing.
All right, so we've learned a little bit about how you create character. What about the environment that you have decided to place your story in? Give us a little bit about what we would expect to see.
Well, because I was new at writing novels, this was my first swing at this. I decided to put as little pressure on myself as possible. So I decided that this story would take place in a fictitious city in North Carolina. The city is called New Carrollton, North Carolina, and it's on the eastern coast of the United States. This gives me creative license. There's not as much research to be done. Whatever I say this city has, that's what the city has. So it took a little pressure off me as far as the research, and as far as putting the book together. Because once again, being a novice, and I had no idea about research and all this other kind of stuff. But to tell you a quick story, how this all came to pass. I was reading a vampire novel during lunch, because I work at a factory here in Ohio. One day I left my book at home, and I dashed to the store before I went to work to pick up a new vampire novel. So I decided I'd read that, and naturally, being the genius that I am, I picked the book that was the middle book in the series. So I had to eventually get the first book, and I read that. And after finishing that, I'm sitting there, and I'm in my area. It's break time. And I asked myself a question. What if vampires had something that hunted them, something that they feared? There was a notebook and a pen in front of me. So I picked up the notebook and grabbed my pen, and I wrote a sentence. And then another, and then another. And before I knew it, I had a paragraph. And the story kind of grew from that one question. Oftentimes, this story kind of wrote itself. There were times when I felt more like I was a witness to what was occurring more than I was the author of it. Because
we talked a little bit about that in another conversation that we had. Sometimes it's interesting to see how a creative can actually stand out from the background here and actually watch what is happening with the individuals that they create. And I say individuals on for this reason. They no longer become characters, but they then actually become real.
Yeah, in these cases, yes, these characters definitely took on a life of their own. I can tell you while writing one part of this story, I was writing one chapter, and when I wrapped the chapter up, I was like, wow, I didn't even see that coming, and I'm writing it.
What have you learned about yourself since taking on this experience?
Well, I've learned I'm either incredibly stupid or stubborn, because 7 years at this, you think most people would have quit.
Why didn't you quit? You had the option. You could have.
Yeah, but I just something just wouldn't leave me alone. Despite there were voices in my head that every day I wrote this told me, what makes you think you can write a novel? What makes you think you can write a novel? What makes you think you're good enough? And I would get angry, and I became driven to get this done, and something in me just wouldn't let me quit. And I'm glad I kept going.
I am too.
Never give up.
That's right. You run into a situation, it is merely a situation, it is temporary. If you can't figure out how to do it, you go someplace else and you ask somebody, or you look it up, or you work it out. You figure out what it is, because sometimes we get to a point where we may even put obstacles in our own way because we're afraid to go and take that next step. But you went and you looked at it and you went, there's no reason to quit. And there are a lot of times when creatives will get that idea in their head going, exactly what you were talking about, and it makes them stop.
Yeah, I agree. And to be totally honest, I think the greatest enemy I've had throughout this process has been my own self-doubt.
Let's talk a little bit about Optimus Maximus Publishing and their idea to pick you up for their company.
I can't say enough about Optimus Maximus Publishing. They took a chance on an author no one had ever heard of, and nobody gives a rat's butt about. And they gave me a chance, and I can't ask for more than that. They made everything that has taken place in my life as far as this novel possible, and there's not enough words in the English language to express how much gratitude I have to them for that. They basically like working with indie authors, people like me who the big companies wouldn't give a second look at. I mean, what can I say about them? I owe them everything as far as this novel is concerned.
Christina is a very interesting individual. I have learned a lot about her within the last, I'd say, month or so that I was first introduced to her. And I told her, I said, I had 5 people from her publishing company that I talked with for maybe about 15, 20 minutes a piece, and each one of them had nothing but good things to say about her and the way that she runs her company. And I was just very pleased to see that. It was a wonderful thing.
Christina is, in a word, she's a good person. And if I would describe her in one word, it would be driven.
Definitely driven, definitely driven. All right, so what is one thing I haven't talked to you about that you would like people to know before I start bringing on more guests?
Well, I'm a Cavs fan. Go Cavs. I'm a long-suffering Cleveland sports fan, and when they won the championship last year, it was like, oh, heaven on earth. And it was the time for celebration, and it was also a time for reflection, because many of us here in Cleveland have family members and friends who didn't live to see this day. So after I done my celebrating, I drank a toast to them in their memory.
Very cool. I'm an Ohio person. You're an Ohio person too?
Well, I knew there was something I liked about you.
I haven't said anything to you. Well, you know how I talk. We, talk like I'm from Cleveland. Originally, actually born and bred over in Lakewood, Ohio.
Oh, then you understand.
And I get it. I was very excited when they made it. And speaking of excited, guess who else has just made it into Zombiepalooza Radio Live for his first time? We have Chris Garson. Welcome.
Hello there.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
I think I'm doing all right. Why don't you, while I'm pulling up Chris's information, George, go ahead and say your introductions to him, let him know who you are, and then we can get Chris and Keith to have a little chat for a couple of minutes, and I'll be right back with questions for Chris.
All right.
Well, hopefully I don't scare off another dinner. Yes.
I'm quite fine.
Welcome, Chris, to the show.
Thank
I
you.
am Dentar. I am the co-host. yeah, you two, Chet.
I'm another Clevelander. Actually, Keith's the one who introduced me to Christina. Keith and I have known each other for years, and we're in a writing support group. And
yes, ma'am.
He was lucky enough to stumble onto Christina first. She read his work, I forget where, and they got off to a great start. And he told me about her. I reached out to her, and she was very interested in my book, which is called Perk Noir: A Mason Barnes Mystery. And it's been a wonderful partnership so far.
So you guys have already met in person, right?
Yes.
Many times.
Many times. Mm-hmm.
What is that like for you to be able to actually not only have an online relationship, but be able to get together with him and others that you have met that are specifically geared towards creating in indie?
I don't know if I could have kept writing if I didn't have my local support groups, because I was listening to Keith earlier, and when you're a new writer, you go through, you get really excited about stuff, and then you go through periods of doubt. I go every other week to this group on Saturday. I got another one that I go to every other Friday, and they become important friends, and they're really supportive, and they help you keep writing when you're in the down times, when you're wondering, boy, can I pull this off? Can I pull this story together? And the other great thing is, I've been in these groups for years. I see not only myself growing, but I see the other writers growing. Their skills get better, their craft gets better, they learn how to put the characters in story, and that in turn inspires and encourages me, because I see growth in the other people. And it also helps me recognize that, yeah, this is hard. I got to work at it to get the stories to come together. So it's nice seeing other people going through similar struggles, and there's a little bit of a nice support mechanism to lean on.
All right, very cool. All right, so we're going to go directly to Chris Garson, and we are going to have you give us a little bit of background on you and how it is that you got connected with Optimus Maximus Publishing.
Okay. I spent years in IT. I worked at a big local insurance company, Progressive Insurance, for 25 years. I led an IT group doing software development, but I always kind of wanted to write. I actually wrote the outline to my first story back in college. In 2002, I said, I better start writing this story because I'm starting to get old. If I don't start now, I may never finish it. And I spent 6 or 7 years writing on nights and weekends. And I wrote 4 novels over that time. Well, between 2002 and 2010, I wrote 4 novels, all fantasy work. And a couple of them are available on Smashwords. Some of them are not yet fit to be seen. It's funny, when you start out, the words just came pouring out of me. I was really excited. I didn't even really take the time to read my stuff, and I really should have, because the first draft of my first book, hopefully all copies have been burned, because it's not something that anyone should ever see again.
We all have those.
You're laughing. I have some of that stuff too. I think that DD does too. So.
One of my best friends who helped me with it, he called it the Green Monstrosity because I slapped a green cover on it. But I'd like to think I've gotten a little better at it as I've gone along. Perk Noir was a change for me because I had written a lot of high epic fantasy, and I had invested years in developing my world and setting and have a number of stories set in that thing. I want to try something different. So Perk Noir, there's no magic in it. There's no swords in it. There's, sorry, zombie fans, no blood in it either. But it's a very entertaining tale.
No
it's
blood.
about no blood.
Yeah.
Plenty of coffee, though.
Sorry there, Bill. But it will make you laugh, and if I did my job, it might even make you cry. It's a story about Mason Barnes, a retired NFL lineman who writes trashy spy novels, and he wants to win a Pulitzer. He writes in a coffee shop named Perk Noir, and his rival there is a small little hunchbacked history professor from Case Western Reserve who writes about the decline of the buffalo population in 19th century Ohio. And my character, my hero Mason, is just really devastated that critics find that terribly boring snooze fest of a book interesting. And his story of Mia Killjoy is not getting the critical reviews, though it's become really popular in Japan, and she's turned into a porno anime star over there, and he has a lot of success. It's just not the success that he's looking for. And his hero is cosplayed at conventions. Her name is Mia Killjoy. She's a License to Kill ninja crazy character. This is the book within the book. And one of his fans walks into the coffee shop one day. She's cosplaying Mia Killjoy and enlists Mason's aid. And they go on quite an adventure. And they explore a lot about the coffee shop, Perk Noir, where they write, and learn a lot about family along the process. And it'll take you through a few twists and turns that hopefully you're not expecting.
Very cool. All right, so let's give a little guts to this. Talk about how you went and developed some of the characters that are in Perk Noir.
Character, Mason just sort of came to me. My original idea was to write an anthology of short stories. I wanted to do like just fantastical, imaginative stories about people who walk in and out of this coffee shop. And I was going to have Mason sort of be the narrator of all these little short stories about different crazy characters. And then I tried to come up with some glue that would tie it all together. And Mason just sort of jumped out of my mind and became real. I know a lot about him. You know, he was drafted in the 7th round of the 1996 draft. He played college football at Iowa State. I know the names of all his Mia Killjoy stories that he's written. And I wrote that short story first. And then I also wrote one. I wanted to explore the coffee shop and Lightning. The Lightning is the jazz pianist who founded the coffee shop where Mason writes, and he continued to evolve as I write the story. He grew up around the turn of the century when Cleveland was one of the biggest cities in the country and the steel industry was booming, and he has sort of a mysterious origins. No one's ever really known who his father is. He went off to World War I and got injured. He came back and ended up making his way to Harlem, where he learned to play jazz. And he experienced a lot of racial intolerance along the way. Then he made his way up to Chicago, got turned on to the blues scene, and eventually became a prominent leader in the civil rights movement as that came up. And there's a lot of parallels between Lightning's story and Mason's story. Lightning is actually Mason's greatest hero in the world, and part of Mason's quest to become a Pulitzer winner requires unearthing Lightning's real story, and he does that with the help of Shelley, his cosplaying friend. So the characters just kind of came to me, and once I had the bare bones of the story, the other characters that I needed to fill it in, they kind of just fit. I got a quirky guy who was a retired tech millionaire who owns the shop, and he's a big jazz fan. Shelley is quite a character in her own. She's a drama major, and that ties in because Mason's working with Hollywood to get a movie made out of the Mia Killjoy adventures. And once I got the ball rolling, it all just came together pretty quick. I wrote Perk Noir in about 4 months. And then I spent a month revising it and then a month kind of doing the polish on it, but much faster than my other books.
So tell me, what was it like for you when you found out that Christina from Optimus Maximus Publishing decided she wanted your work for her company?
It made my day. It was so exciting. I've been doing this a really long time. I actually self-published Perk Noir through Amazon prior to meeting Christina. Mm-hmm. And I reached out to her after Keith told me that he had entered into an agreement with her. And I go, hey, I'm a friend of Keith's. I got a book. Would you like to read it? And she's like, sure, send it to me. And she read it and she said she loved it. And that was a nice moment of validation for me, because I'd been writing at that point for 11 years, produced a ton of work, a couple hundred short stories. That was my 5th novel, but I hadn't had them read an awful lot. And, people say when the tree falls in the forest and no one's there, does it make a sound? Well, for me, if I write a book and no one reads it, it doesn't matter. I love writing. I love telling stories, but I also want my stories to be heard and enjoyed by others. And so, Christina's willingness to pick up this book and get on the marketplace just was one of the best days of my life, because it felt like, boy, all this hard work is paying off, and it's a wonderful feeling for someone to, have faith in you and your work and your ability, and make that happen. So it was awesome. And she's been a joy to work with. I think she works about 80 hours a day.
I'm gonna go over to Keith, and I'm gonna ask you a question. Surprise.
Sure.
What do you find is the most difficult aspect of writing for you?
Most difficult aspect? Wow, that's a good question. I find that writing really isn't work, so I'm not sure if I find it anything particularly difficult about it. It's just I guess the grind of it sometimes, where your mind tries to shut down on you because you're in this and you're cranking this work out, and sometimes I think fatigue catches up with you. So I guess the tougher part of it sometimes is just simply sitting down and making myself do it sometimes. I think that's the tough part sometimes.
DD has a question. Go ahead, DD.
This is actually a question for you.
Your sounds, hey DD, your sounds are coming in all smashed up.
Oh no. Okay, let me restart it and I'll come right back and ask the question.
All right, we're gonna
Gremlins.
go over. I know, right? He's got a lot of gremlins. All right, so we're gonna go over to Chris, and we're gonna ask you.
But before you do, I'd like to say
Sure.
that though Perp Noir is not the blood and guts kind of novel, it is. I've read it myself. It is an excellent piece of fiction. Chris is a fabulous author. I have read many of his work, and not one can I say I've not thoroughly enjoyed.
Thanks,
So
Keith.
if anyone deserves to have his work published, it is Chris Garson.
That's
Very kind of you.
very, very nice. All right, so Chris, what character did you find out of your collection of work most difficult to create?
Let me think about that. I guess the current story I'm working on now that I haven't quite finished, but I've been working on it for a year or two, and there's a lot of revising going on. I actually hired some professional story coaches to review my work. I've read a bunch of books on writing. One of the guys I like best is a guy named Larry Brooks, who wrote a book named Story Engineering, and he gives a great way to approach your story and how to structure it. I'm a big planner. I don't really write so much by the seat of my pants. I do a lot of planning, and I sent him out this book after I'd had a bunch of beta readers, gone through a lot of revisions, and he totally trashed it, and pointed out some things to me that I had to do to make my villain come alive. So I've been in the midst of revising everything, totally changing how I present the villain, where he appears in the story. This is a modern tale of King Arthur. It's set in Cleveland, Ohio. King Arthur's been king of the world for 15 years. And the hero is a witch hunter. It's told in first person, and there's a lot of comedy in it. I like writing things that make people laugh. And so I had to strike a good narrative voice with the villain. And I ended up going with an omniscient narrator who offers a lot of editorial opinions about the characters as he goes. And I've used that voice to portray the villain as a serious threat to the hero's goals, but at the same time, he's a little bit of a kind of bumbling buffoon, and he makes a lot of bad guesses, bad assumptions. And I've been struggling with finding the right balance between my comedy, the narrative voice, and maintaining him as a legitimate threat to the hero achieving his goals. But it's I feel like I've turned a corner in the last month, and I'm starting to get some words down on paper that I'm happy with.
Very cool.
I workshopped them this morning.
Awesome. I wish I could just kind of pull that kind of stuff out. I have to like really sit there and go, all right, I got to focus just on here. And for me, I got 50 million things going on in my head. It's a mess. It's really a mess. That's why I got DD. Speaking of DD, go ahead and ask a question.
Hopefully the sounds are better now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Why writing? What said, okay, I'm going to write a book? And this is for both of you, so either one first.
For
Chris?
me, go ahead, Keith. You
sure?
want me to go?
Oh, yeah, after you. Age before beauty.
For me, it was, I thought a great story that I wrote the outline to in 1981 when I was in college. And when I started writing, I dug out those old yellow pages and read them. And it was a story I really, really wanted to tell, a big, grand, epic fantasy. I've written a 750-page version of that story. It's not yet something I would ever let anybody see because it was my first effort, and I've learned a ton since then. But for me, I was very compelled to get that story out. Over time, I think the other thing that pushed me to writing is I was tired of the corporate life. I had a big job at this insurance company. I had 1,000 people that worked for me, and I spent my day in meetings and working on corporate processes. And I was just thrilled to get out of that environment. I like working out of my home. I like being my own boss. I like letting creativity be a big part of my life. And it's been liberating to leave that environment. You know, people would say, what's so different now that you're not working there? I'm like, you wouldn't believe it. In the real world, you can go 3, 4, 5 weeks and no one says the word process to you. Yeah.
No. For me, I guess I've always written little things to entertain myself. You know, growing up, and I do babysitting jobs here and there, and to keep the children entertained, I tell them stories. And Batman had all kind of adventures that no one ever really knows about. And I would write things, but most of the time, most of the stories I were written in my past would be just to entertain myself. I really didn't think anybody would really be interested in hearing about some of the things I came up with. But when the idea came about the vampire that hunts other vampires and feeds on other vampires came out, with vampires being as hot as they are, I thought, you know, maybe I might be able to run with this.
All right. So what are we gonna do? I got 2 computers going here. That's kind of like why I'm here and I'm over here. And because I don't want anything to crash. I'm gonna ask. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ask Chris. Fame, fortune, or respect?
Readers. None of the above. I just
answer
my story like them.
Good answer. All right, so let me think. I'm going to go over to Keith, and I'm going to ask him to describe his writing experience in 3 words. Keith.
Obsession, madness, gratification.
I love intelligence. Look at that intellect. All right. If you were going to change one thing about the genre that you're currently writing in right now, Chris, what would it be?
I'm not sure. That's a great question. My the current work is a contemporary urban fantasy. What I like is that there's so many media out there now. There's hundreds of TV stations. There's, a show like yours. I love that things that used to be hidden in the back corner are now out and accessible. I mean, I'm a comic book collector. I have lots and lots of comic books, and now there's a dozen comic book shows on TV. So for geeks like me, it's a great thing. I love that there's sci-fi out there. I love that there's fantasy out there. I love that there's high drama. I think we're living in an amazing time where there's an absolute explosion of creativity, and there's avenues for any genre anyone wants to write, anyone wants to produce. There's a way to get it out there. And I just love the wide accessibility that all the social media and technology gives us. And I think it fosters more creativity. There's more and more things out there every day. So it's nice to see people having outlets for all their expression and creativity.
And it's amazing because how many things are out there that will inspire creativity. Speaking on the novel that Chris is currently writing about the Arthurians, he read some of it during one of our meets, and while he was reading it, an idea exploded in my head, and it resulted in what could possibly be a crossover from Chris's novel to my own.
Which would be really cool if we can pull that off.
I know, right? All right, so
I got a quick question for Keith.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I remember Chris saying that he's not a pantser. He actually outlined. Do you outline your stories and then go, or do you just?
I outline them exhaustively. I try to follow the premise of Larry Brooks's story engineering. I come up with my concepts. I ask lots of what if questions. I try to identify where the big plot points and twists are. I have a thumbnail of every chapter before I ever start writing. I know what has to happen. Then when I go to actually attack that chapter, I make it about maybe a page or so, a little bit longer. But I've talked about this at length with some of my fellow writers who are very adverse to the way I do things, and to each your own. They're like, but you lose your spontaneity. For me, planning helps my creativity, because my planning tells me a lot about what needs to happen, but I don't really have any clue how I'm going to pull it off. And the magic happens when I sit at the keyboard, or I've written several of my books longhand, and the ideas, they just come to you when you're writing. So planning for me is an enabler of creativity. It's not an inhibitor. But I don't,
How about you?
and I've planned more and more as I've gone along, because I did less planning on my early stuff, and that made the revision process really awful.
Well, as for me, the mad scientist in me feels contempt for order. There is creativity. There is creativity in chaos.
You know what? I heard that on a separate subject, Mad Dog, I think it's Mad Dog Williams or something like that. The general, Mad Dog? Mathis. General Mathis. Mad Dog Mathis. His actual real handle is Chaos.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, and
it's funny. He seems to be the least chaotic of the people in the cabinet so far.
Stay tuned for a update on Zombiepalooza Radio Live Facebook page, and I'll give you the backstory behind Chaos. And
wow, okay.
Mattis, General Mattis. I got too much stuff going on and everywhere. All right, speaking of too much stuff going on in the everywhere, he's got a lot of cool things that he's going to be bringing to this evening in this conversation. We have, oh boy, how do you do that one? Emir Skalonja?
Emir Skalonja.
Gore Master.
How are you? Welcome to
Thank you. Good. How are you?
Palooza Radio Live. I think I'm doing all right. I had a little bit of chaos myself this morning and right before show, but we're all here and we are very excited to have you. I have with me my co-host, Dead Door William.
Good evening, Emir.
How's it going?
You're gonna love Emir.
Wait,
And
somebody said that he does gore. Yeah, I like him.
Oh yeah,
I like
yeah.
him.
Yes, he does.
I do gore. I do a lot of gore.
gore
yeah,
master.
yeah. All right, and so okay.
Thanks, Keith.
So
Well, we
do I,
got- we
but I
got-
have to clean it up.
I mean, gore is not everybody's cup of tea, but I mean, like, very dedicated following. So,
I'm just
yep.
gonna here and kind of
Do yourself a favor. If you're gonna read Emir's book, you not do that while you're reading.
You know, everybody says that. It was like whether it's a movie or a book, it's generally not advisable to eat beforehand.
All right,
I want to. But go ahead, Jackie. I'm sorry.
y'all ready?
Mhm.
We got this little thing over here. It's called
Go ahead.
Zombiepalooza Radio Live. And we bring people that are interesting from all over the globe who create in indie. And we're excited to have you. You have quite an extensive travel history. Why don't you give the folks here at Zombiepalooza Radio an idea about your background? And go.
Okay. Well, I was born and raised in Bosnia, and like for about 14 years, I lived there until I moved to U.S. And I guess the conflict there pretty much shaped my writing and the person I am today, which I wouldn't change. I mean, everybody has their faults, but I guess I bring that to my writing, the horrors that I have seen and experienced. So I bring that into my stories, my books, especially my films. I'm a very visual person, so like Keith and Chris said, I do a lot of times, actually, I do to get a reaction out of people. So I like to shock. I like people to look away. I had a film screening last week, and somebody walked out. Somebody watched the movie like this, and to me, that's not offensive. I don't take offense to that. I actually that because that's a reaction. So a reaction is, I guess. So yeah. I love to write horror and film horror. I started as a filmmaker first, which I told myself at one point, there are a lot of things that the filmmaker who works on $500, $600, $700 budget, there are a lot of things that you can't do in the film, due to the budget constraints,
Right.
that you can do in a book. So I wrote my first book 2015, and I self-published it on Amazon until I actually found Christina's post shared by somebody in one of the local groups that I'm in. And I reached out to her, I sent her the book, and we took it from there.
What did she say when she first laid her eyes on your work, Emir?
The first comment that she made is that she loved the characters, which was a huge compliment to me, because when I write and or do films, I focus on environment and what happens to those characters rather than rather than how characters evolve. My first book, Righteous Maleficia, which was the one that I actually sent to Christina, was, I guess, the first time where I actually took my time with characters, have them evolve or devolve, and kind of react to the circumstances and environments that they were in. Before, I used to be just like, oh, okay, so let's place these two characters in here and see what happens to them. Like with Righteous Maleficia, I actually brought in them. I guess like the greatest example of the characters and environments in my mind is Michael Bay's Pearl Harbor, which was just like, oh, let's see where we can put a love story. Oh, Pearl Harbor, that's awesome. So yeah, that's where I kind of went. So
How different do you feel stateside horror is compared to maybe I didn't just make this as
like
a question.
in Europe,
Compared to
or
where you compared to Europe?
Sure. Well, I had a really good conversation with in my films. He lives in Germany, and the level of censorship in US, I think, is just so great and so heavily enforced, where I mean, you have like heavy violence, like for example in The Walking Dead, which takes place on a Sunday night at 9 o'clock. So a lot of like the younger viewers would be in bed at that time. Talking about cable television, where they can freely show smashing people's heads in, you know, just being pulled out and skin ripped open, headshots, you know, where show breasts or any sort of nudity. Oh no, that's a huge no. That's a huge red flag. So the horror in Europe, it's splatter. It's shock value. See how many different ways you can get dismembered. Everything is shown: full frontal, back, nudity, censored gore. If the eye is being ripped open, they show the eye being ripped open. It's full on violence with no nudity, where even that full on violence, it can't even compare to the violence, say, that comes from like Germany, Sweden, Norway. Like the more like progressive, well, I guess progressive is a wrong word, but like more accepting of what's around us, and it's just a movie. It's nothing to live by. So like, whereas here, the first like shooting that happens, the first massacre that happens, nice cat.
Talk a little.
The first natural. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let's move into dialogue.
Sure.
We've had a bit of a discussion on how it looks. How about how it sounds?
Okay. Like, what do you mean? The dialogue between characters?
The dialogue between characters. And is there a difference? Have you noticed between how Euro does it than stateside, or is it about the same? Or
honestly, I mean, I've read many books. I mean, and seen many films, both produced here in the States and in Europe. And honestly, I don't see that much of a difference when it comes to dialogue. I'm pretty sure dialogue just depends on genre, and I mean, I think it's just pretty standard.
How
Yeah.
how do you? Well, this is pretty much all three, but Emir, how do you do the dialogue when you write it? Do you have a partner kind of sentence back and forth, or use a mirror?
I mean, it kind of just unfolds in my head, I guess, like kind of like two different people talking from each side. I guess it comes because I've read so many books, seen so many films, that it kind of like just and I don't mean to sound pompous, but it kind of comes naturally. I put myself in the character's shoes. Okay, how would I respond to the situation?
Well, for me, it's a little bit different. My characters are chattering in my head all the time. I guess that fine line between genius and madness.
Right.
See,
yeah, I talk to myself, just don't answer.
well, you know, I always said that it's okay to talk to yourself as long as you don't have arguments.
Yeah.
I've had arguments. I think I'm probably ready for Prozac or something.
Yeah, I yell at myself all the time.
I've had arguments too. I've always win-loss.
I'm sorry?
I said I've always had arguments, but I've always win-loss.
Oh.
If I may, I do have a question for Emir.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Which do you prefer, Emir? Do you prefer the visual horror, or do you prefer the psychological horror?
Ooh, that's a tough one. That's like asking like which one of children is your favorite. I'm going to say visual, mainly because it it strikes people. It strikes a certain chord in people because once you see something, it's very hard to unsee it.
I buy that. But
kind of burns into your head. Yeah.
But let's take the film Halloween, the first one. That really didn't have a whole lot of gore in it, but
okay, it did
that
not.
first one didn't. I didn't sleep very well after seeing that the first time. So, despite not seeing the gore, the psychological part of it, where my mind fills in the blanks, made it tough for me to sleep. So I guess they both have their place.
Even though it's very light on gore and any sort of blood, Halloween is actually one of my favorite. The original one is is one of my favorite films, mainly because it has accomplished so much, and even like 40 years later, it's still relevant.
That's called a classic,
and it can still scare. Yeah, so I guess it stood a test of time.
Yes, a classic, absolutely.
And that's the thing. Like in my book Righteous Maleficia, it's a book about witchcraft and the oppression by the church on the peasants. I used a lot of very descriptive torture scenes, and even though it's not a film, it's a book. I guess it's up to the reader to put those bloody images in their head. Like that's what I like about books. I mean, it's just words. You fill in the blanks.
So I am very interested in Emir's perspective because he started off. You were writing originally or creating in film first, right?
Yes.
So did you produce, direct, act, all of that kind of thing, including writing the screenplay and all of that? What kind of experience do you bring from that direction?
I acted once, and that's probably going to be the first and last time. I don't like to be in front of the camera because I don't like how I sound. I don't like how I look on camera. So that's, but when you're a budget filmmaker and you have like $500 to spend, you kind of have to do everything like by yourself or with a couple of very trusted people. In my case, I have a very good group of people that we feed off of each other in film business. And I usually write, direct, and edit, and my buddy Sean, he is a whiz when it comes to building everything from scratch: appendages, fingers, eyeballs. I mean, he's just great. It's very interesting to. It's kind of it kind of works the same as when you're writing a book. You're basically directing the characters everywhere you want them to go. Oh, I'm going to write this. That's how I am. Like when I'm, okay, so I'm going to place you here, and I'm going to place this guy here, and he's going to stab you, and that's your doom. So like, I mean, it's kind of the same thing when you are writing. Like you already have this predisposition in your head about what's going to happen to a certain character.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feeds off of each other in both worlds. So I got the the hands-on thing. So.
Based on what you've just said and, like I said, your perspective, what are some things that you could tell people whom are basically at an intermediate level as far as writing and have, maybe a couple of books behind them or a very extensive piece behind them and are thinking perhaps about maybe taking it and perhaps either placing it in a screenplay or writing a book that is a little bit more developed, working on their style?
Okay, so what I would say to those people in terms of like the difference between the two, or?
Yes. Well, no, not necessarily the difference between the two. But say somebody comes up to you and says, I've got a number of books that I've created in this particular genre, and say it's a horror genre,
okay,
for sake of anything.
Okay.
And they're interested now in taking their ability and kicking it up a few notches, and also perhaps maybe thinking about putting one of theirs into a screenplay.
Well, that I guess it's kind of going. I guess it's kind of going a different way because they're taking for example, a novel, which is a very detailed screenplay,
Yes.
whereas a
Yes.
screenplay is just a bare bones of that book. The screenplay mainly consists of a dialogue. It goes down to a director that kind of puts those words to coherently convey it to the audience. I mean, I guess in that aspect, the most important thing is to keep the feel of the book, of the theme of the story in the film. That's where dialogue comes in. That dialogue should push the story forward. Where in the book you have like, oh, okay, the room was this color and this was placed here, and when he walked in, so like you have like this elaborate description. That's where the screenplay just focuses on the characters, and then it's to a cinematographer. Because I mean, the book is a one-man effort. Like when it comes to laying down a story, and then you have proofreader, editor, this and that. The screenplay actually is just one guy laying down the bare bones story of of the book, and then you have a cinematographer, then you have an editor, you have a lighting guy, you have editing. So it's like a collaboration of everybody to do a job of one when they just write a book. So I guess like the most important thing is to surround yourself with people who share your vision. What you originally envisioned in your own work. So yeah,
the other part of that is that it's a little bit more complicated than just taking it from say a novel and writing a screenplay, because you do have other things that you must consider.
Correct.
To be able to have the essence of what you started out with and be able to look good in the end. So I know Didi has a question. Go ahead, Didi.
Yeah, he said, I believe. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is it harder to write or direct?
True. Honestly, I am going to say direct, and the reason and the reason behind that is when you're writing, you have a certain vision. So you lay everything down on the page. I'm gonna write this. I'm gonna place this character here. When you're actually out in the field with a camera and you have a lighting guy there and you have a prop guy there, so you have everybody is there waiting to bring that page out onto the camera. It's like playing chess. All the pieces have to be lined up.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And the first shot might not work, so then you have to redo it. When I first started, I had one camera, and that was like, oh, okay, so we have to do one scene 17 different times. Now I have 3 cameras, but it's still, you have to film the same scene a couple of times to see what worked out the best. So definitely being a director is definitely harder because you're doing everything in real time. It's like, holy crap, we said we're going to be done by 4. It's like 8:30 at night. So it's like, yeah.
I would think, when you're writing, you have so much going on internally in the internal monologue of the characters. Yep. And directing, you need music, you need cinematography, you need to figure out what goes in. So I would think it's a tremendous challenge to transfer all the emotion into the visual form.
No, absolutely. I agree 100%.
All right, Didi, do you have another question?
I just went zombie dead, brain dead. Once it comes back, I'll let you.
I'll catch you on the flip side.
You need to eat more brains.
I had a scientist earlier, but I think he was a mad scientist, so it's got me all screwed up.
All right, so in horror, this is directed to those who create in horror. If you could erase one cliche about the horror genre, what would be your choice and why? And I'll go over to Chris.
I'm a little tired of vampires that think too much about their humanity. I think I read a lot of vampire stuff. I watch a lot of vampire
you
stuff.
don't like Edward?
Twilight bored the hell out of me.
Oh, I know.
Vampires
You're good.
We don't,
twinkle in
just for the
daylight.
record,
Here.
just for the record, we don't sparkle. We do have colors and stuff like that, but we do not sparkle.
And you have wonderful fangs too. I like that.
I'm sorry, Pattison and whatever her name is, they killed. Couldn't do it.
We're gonna
For
go
me-
over to yeah.
I've also
For me-
noticed that vampires always go out in the daylight in modern stories, and
I wear shades, dude.
well, good. You need to be covered from that ultraviolet rays. They could fry
These
you.
And
glasses
she's
here,
got
they go.
sunscreen of 5,000 UV. You know?
Thank you, Dee Dee.
Glasses.
Ultraviolet rays. That's
Yeah,
that just
well,
won't
you
put in
know,
the book.
I use heavy sunscreen. Yes, I do when I go outside because I'm not stupid. But you know, my glasses, they turn super dark like my cloak, and I can go out. Besides, I got to pick up my kids, right?
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe do you have a daylight ring like they do in the Vampire Diaries? That's their convenience, how they get out of it.
All right, we're gonna go over to. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, as far as the cliches, the thing I would like to do away with,
Yeah.
I'd like to do away with the screaming and falling woman when the monster comes.
Yep.
I am so sick of seeing some woman running and screaming and falling. Get a bat, get a gun,
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't like
Do
those kinds of
something.
characters. I have women characters in my book who kick ass. I
And they
prefer
should learn.
my-
They need to
Go
learn
ahead,
from Zombieland. Double tap. Always double
Yep.
tap.
Yep.
Hey, easy on that double tap.
All right, well, we got a zombie here. He's a little sensitive to that double tap, but you're
I
right.
know.
You're gonna do it twice or sometimes 3 times, depending on what it is. All right, we're gonna go. Who didn't get to answer that? I lost track.
Emir.
You.
All right.
Emir, yeah.
So
Go ahead. Tell me.
my huge pet peeve is a character going to dark places, opening the door and saying hello,
Oh yeah.
hello.
Yeah.
It's
Standing
like
ovation.
like what is Killer gonna do? Oh hey, I'm here. So you know, like I don't know if has any
Oh,
has
my.
I don't like
anybody
this cliché.
has anybody seen Weeks Later? Not 28 days, 28 weeks.
I don't think
Yeah.
I've seen
Okay.
that one.
Is that the Alaska
Do you
one?
remember? I'm sorry.
Is that the Alaska one?
No, that's the one when they're back in London. That's after the outbreak.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Right.
like towards the end of the movie, the girl and her little brother, out of all the places that are in the daylight, they go into the tunnel. They go into the dark tunnel, cars, no light, and they expect that they're gonna be safe. So it's a character just going into dark places. I'm like, you know better. I mean, I know why it's done because it's tension, it's suspension of disbelief. But come on, there's so many more things that you can do and create tension than just be dumb and go into a dark place and
Thank you.
ask the killer if he's there.
But that's
So-
an easy buffet for us.
Well, yeah, true. Very true. I agree. That's an easy buffet. Yep.
Dee Dee, I
start-
got some coworkers I'd like to send you. If people want up to tip.
Yeah, we don't mind people going Darwinian because it feeds DD, and he needs to eat too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. I got the perfect people for you. They're delicious. Feel free. Chomp chomp.
I ran out of food after Thanksgiving, so I need to restock.
So
I got the perfect
Yeah,
people
we
in
should-
mind.
We should send you some.
we're going to go to our next question, and our next question has something to do with writing, and it is in the process of being able to find either gadgets or websites or forums or things of that sort that many times people neglect to go to because they feel that maybe perhaps they're not going to be welcome, or they not fit in, all of that kind of redundancy there. Where are some places and or apps and or gadgets that any of you use to be able to help improve your creativity process? And we're going to go over to Keith.
Well, as far as my writing is concerned, as far as my weapons are concerned, I was lucky because we have a gun enthusiast at work. So he would open up his database of all kinds of interesting and very deadly weapons, and I took a lot of information and a lot of aid from him, and he was very helpful in helping me select what weapons would be perfect for this situation and whatever. The gentleman's name, Earl Rhodey. He is a weapons man. Without him, I probably couldn't have done a lot of the scenes I did with the weapons that I used. So he helped a great deal.
Why is it so important to get that detail correct?
I think it lends to the authenticity of the story.
Right. There are a lot of times people will say, write what you know. And if you do not know, you do research.
Ask somebody who does.
And if you don't do that, then what do you do?
Internet. I have a list of guns in my head, so I just go online and I just key these weapons up just to get an idea of what they look like and if they might fit in this particular situation in the book.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go over to Chris. We're going to ask Chris the same question.
I research everything. So my Perk Noir kind of took you from the late 1800s all the way up. I researched jazz clubs in Harlem in the 20s. I researched how the steel industry got started in Cleveland. I researched Millionaires Row, where all the ancient steel millionaires lived. I researched cosplaying to create Mia. So whatever you're writing, you need to go out and research the hell out of it so that you have enough real details in there that the setting you're creating is real and the reader gets immersed in it. The other resource I found that's great is dictionaries. So the current book is written with a kind of a noir vibe. So I found a couple of noir dictionaries, and I can talk like Bogart did in the 40s films, and that adds to the dialogue. I have another character who's a Scotsman, so I found an English to Scottish translator so I could put the thick brogue in, maybe too thick at times. But dictionaries are an awesome tool to kind of spruce up your dialogue.
That's the first time on this show that is going into its 5th year. Ah! What, no applause there?
I didn't want to interrupt you.
Thank you. That's all right. That's enough. That's the first time I've heard anyone say use a dictionary on this show.
Really? I use them all the time. I had
DD, have you ever heard it?
Dictionary.com was my homepage for years.
Out of the 5 years I've been on here, I have never heard that D word ever.
Hot diggity. We have a first. And
yeah.
We're all here to
Hashtag dictionary, damn it.
There you go.
Maybe
Hashtag use a dictionary.
Use a dictionary, right. You know, that's really kind of cool. I like that. All right, so we're going to go over to Emir and ask you same question.
I agree with both of my fellow writers of Optimus Maximus that research plays a great, if not the most important part. Books that I have are so far are historical novels. So research is very important because both books take place in Middle Ages. In middle-aged Europe. So kind of like getting the dialogue, kind of getting the environments, the weapons, you know, like they didn't have exit signs on the doors like on 1300s. So like, you know, like stuff like that, unless it's a Mel Brooks film, but, yeah. But yeah, a lot of my inspiration, and I'm not going to say I'm old fashioned because I'm 29, but like, I don't rely too much on like groups, on like support groups, on like, oh, there's like this Facebook page, there's that Facebook page. I rely on the feedback from my fellow authors, beta readers, and stuff like that. I draw a lot of my inspiration and research from heavy metal albums. That's where I draw the themes, stories, inspiration. However, in any given CD, that's what I put on the book. My two books that I have, Righteous Maleficia, which is...
Do you have them to show?
I'm sorry? My novel, Righteous Maleficia, was heavily inspired by a black metal band called Cradle of Filth. They're from UK. This album is all about Joan of Arc and her trials and tribulations, and how one of her generals actually became murderous maniac after he witnessed her being burnt as a witch. That was a heavy influence in my novel, Righteous Maleficia. It's a great album. Highly suggest it. My book that should be out very shortly, hopefully this month, was very heavily influenced by a Norwegian black metal band, Demon Bergir, and the album is Enthroned.
Can you take the cover off of that? Because it's all glare. Can you pull out the thing so I can see it without
Oh, yeah,
the...
sure.
Yeah.
I'll try. So this is the one that...
banner.
I'm sorry?
I said we see the Zombiepalooza banner in the reflection.
I want to rather see what we're looking at.
This is the album that currently inspired my novel that should be out this month, hopefully, Born of Blood. It's also based on...
How do you sleep at night?
Very hard. No, I sleep like a baby. I find a lot of influence, a lot of inspiration in these bands that mean a lot to me. So it's very easy to capture the mood when I'm listening to something that's just as moody, I guess.
And looking at that should give you excellent mood. Wow.
So,
I highly suggest.
So what I would like you to do at some point...
I'm sorry.
I think. Sorry. Can you hear me? It's good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got sound? All right. So, Emir, what I need you to do before you completely sign off internet is to go over to Zombiepalooza Radio Live, our Facebook page, and put in the links or anything that we can get so that we can actually take a look physically at the CDs that you've got going on there. I also want a link for your book, and that goes for everybody else here that's on from Optimus Maximus.
Sure.
So we're going to go over to, let me see, what am I going to do to myself now?
I've got a quick one. And this is all for three. You're out and wherever shopping or whatever. Do you have an app on your phone or piece of paper? Like if you have an idea, you kind of write it down. Or a friend of mine, he actually uses cell text for script writing.
I gotcha. Honestly, I'm just kind of like an old-fashioned. Like if I get an idea, if I have a thought, it just stays with me. It's very hard to get it out. And honestly, I just use, I should use Celtics or something, because I just use Word and I like format everything manually. So it takes forever. But I don't mind it, because to me, it's just a part of the process that, just has to happen. So
Celtics is a free app too.
Yeah, I know. I used to have it I used to have it years ago, and I was writing, and all the scripts that I've never filmed are on my old laptop that doesn't even exist anymore.
Anyone else want to take that?
Well, for me, I guess my wife could tell you guys about my famous pieces of paper. I keep a pen on me constantly, and with me, it could be a napkin, a scratched piece of paper, inside of a book. If an idea comes to me, I'm gonna do some scribbling. I've been told to keep your papers and stuff in your certain areas by the missus. Please stop leaving that all over the house. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
That goes.
I got
that
you. I
falls
feel
into
that.
the
All of
madness.
that. I feel all of that right there.
That just goes
Thank
on
you.
to the madness, the mad scientist in me. I'm sorry. That's just.
And that happens with producers too. I have stuff all over the place. So I want to go based on this, and yeah, we're still pulling out papers, and it could be a thing. But
Just for one time and show us.
go ahead. I believe Chris.
I always have a lot of red pens with me. I write in red because I learned you have to edit in red, so I figured I would save a step. So I just write in red ink.
Now see, there it is. Genius.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Thinking outside the box.
I get
funny.
pens made. This one says Duke Pendragon, Witch Hunter Extraordinaire. So as I order special pens and give them to my beta readers, and I tell them to write liberally, and they have to write in red so I can see their comments.
That's
That's awesome. Right? And that's what this show is about, trying to pull out ideas. And when we do panels like this, although it didn't originally start out to be like that, we get to interchange with ideas. Now, music is extremely important to me when I go and I start trying to think about creating new concepts for different kinds of things. How important is music to you, Keith, when you're creating or when you're just in the process of concept developing?
For me, music is an either or kind of thing. There is so much activity going on in my head constantly that I don't necessarily have music in order to get the juices flowing. And a lot of times I find with all the conversations going on in my head, I have to tell them, well, you guys shut up there so I can get some sleep.
I have a husband like that.
I'm not going to touch that.
Mine goes. It goes. All right, so we're going to go over to Emir and ask the same question.
Like I mentioned earlier, music plays a huge part in another great thing is because I am actually personally friends with a lot of these bands from all over the world. So I know where they come from and we kind of share same themes. Music, honestly, to me is a driving force. I can't sing, I can't dance, I can't play an instrument. That's completely skipped my generation and my family. Good music.
Wasn't there a Phil Collins, I Can't Dance?
I can't. Good tune too.
So yeah, that is like my thing. Like I go to like even when I'm aside from filming, I'm talking strictly about novels and short stories. I have a soundtrack playing in my head to whatever it is that I'm writing. So,
all right,
music is eons old. So,
yes. All right, not quite eons old yet is Optimus Maximus Publishing. It's about a little over a year old now from what I have gathered. And I'd like to give at least the next 5 to 10 minutes your perspective as far as how Christina Hargis-Smith runs Optimus and some of the things that maybe perhaps you see her doing that perhaps other publishing places are not there, or they're lacking. And I want to go over to drum roll. I'm going to go over to Chris.
Okay, this is my cat Ryder, who's
Hi.
in the camera.
They are such a cat.
Wandering around.
Really? Another cat?
I know. Crunchy has a real bad kind of reaction when he sees cats because one tried to actually kill him. Jumped on dead doors.
A-holes.
Go ahead, Chris.
They're named China and Ryder, which are songs from a Grateful Dead set list. You were asking about music earlier.
Yes.
I was stuck on a plot point for one of my early books. I couldn't figure it out, and I went to a Grateful Dead show in Pittsburgh. In the middle of the long drum solo, the answer came to me. So I left myself a voicemail from the concert and was able to write my way through the situation.
Wow.
So,
And now
See,
we all
that's what I was talking about earlier. Is what apps and what stuff you use. He used a voicemail.
Yes.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
voicemail. I leave myself voicemails all the time. Now text messages because I got a better phone.
All right, we're going to segue back over to the question that I had
Christina.
about Optimus Maximus and what you see them doing as opposed to perhaps some of the others who maybe are, I don't know.
I don't know how other publishers work, but I know what I love about Christina is she treats all her authors like a family, and she takes us along together for the ride. So we're scattered all over the world. Keith and I are in Cleveland. We're the only two people who are in the same city. We have authors over in Europe and across the country.
Australia.
Yep, we have one in Australia. And we use Facebook. We have a group there where we can go, and it's very active. Every day I'm checking in. We're leaving comments to each other. We're bouncing ideas off each other. So I don't feel like I'm this lonely, reclusive writer hiding in my house, cranking out pages. I feel like I'm part of a group that cares, that I can reach out to. And I think it's kind of a virtual company that she's put together, and she's done a great job of creating a sense of community among the different authors that we've assembled. And she does a great job of bringing in authors who seem to fit into the conversation. So we all seem to get along real well. And I think that's a credit to her because she works real hard at always bringing us together. And she's not authoritarian. When she has ideas on what she wants to do with the company, she asks us. And that's refreshing and empowering.
It's one of the things that attracted me to Optimus Maximus in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Give me more.
Well, I'm not sure I can chime in more than what Chris has said. There's not much more I can add to that, but I agree with his assessment that it's like a family and a community of people. We all have the same goals. We come from different places. We essentially have the same goals, and we've all taken different routes to get here.
Very cool. Emir, you want to chime in?
Yeah. Honestly, just going back off of what my two fellow writers said, Christina just does stuff nonstop, and it's really a sense of belonging and community that we have, and it's a great family that we can help each other, and she has really developed this sense of belonging where we can anybody can ask a question, anybody can come up with an idea. It's always a direct democracy where everybody's opinion is valued. We put everything to vote, like when if we're going to do an event for a book, or if we're going to do this, if we're going to do that. There's no dictatorship there. Honestly, Christina does stuff all the time, like where she's like, oh, my kid came from home from school. I did this, and I also, in this crazy schedule, I also edited a book, promoted this, and published a book. So, not really sure, how other publishers do it. What I see on Facebook happening is a lot of other publishers overposting, spamming in groups. It kind of like it's like just throwing everything out there. Christina does a lot of like stuff strategically where it's like, okay, like we're going to promote here, we're going to push here. A lot of authors, they do self-promotions in different Facebook groups, but then it all comes back down, to Christina asking what works for who and what we should do, so it's kind of like everybody helps everybody. So
if I could chime in, a great example is Maximus Shock. That's a new horror anthology that we just released within the last month. And it started as an idea on our Facebook page where we were talking to each other, and I don't even remember who originally suggested it. And we all kind of glommed on, and it just organically happened in the space of a few months. And now we have this awesome anthology out with 16 different horror stories by some wonderful authors. And it just happened as a result the community and sharing of ideas and talking to each other on a regular basis.
Brainstorming, yeah.
Who wants to give me a little bit more about that particular book right there? I'd like to have a little bit more about what the kind of stories that are in it and some of the people that are in it.
All the Optimus Maximus authors are featured, and they're a variety of horror stories. You know, Emir wrote one about horrors in the trench of World War I. You know, Keith wrote one about how much does your lust cost, and you know what a person is willing to do to get what they want. I have a story about a prison riot. That's very gory, so I am capable of putting some blood and guts into my story. I have another one about sexual abuse and child grooming. That's sort of a very subtle psychological horror story. And then we had 16 stories. I think there are 12 different authors featured in it, and they range the whole spectrum of the different types of supernatural or psychological horror.
The Justice League of Authors.
I think that's an interesting thing. Okay, so Emir, you have a YouTube that you wanted to put in the notes section. Please put your links and everything else outside of this, and on the Zombiepalooza Radio Live page, so that we can all see that. Because I'm concerned that if I click on that and I try to get a show here, I haven't done that kind of stuff yet. I'm sure it'll probably work, but I don't want to.
It'll probably kick you out of this.
I don't want to do anything to make the segment stop. All right.
No.
We'll try to get those into the description of our.
Yeah. DD, if you want to collect that and do that, that would be cool. If not, then we can have Emir do it. What is one thing we have not discussed during this time that you've been on that you would like people to know? And I'll give you a couple of minutes to do that. And I'm going to go over to Keith.
Well, I guess I want to take the time to thank all the people who helped me become the writer that I have become. That will be the Writers Critique Group of Cleveland, which Chris is also a part of. But mostly I want to thank my wife, because it is my wife who is directly responsible for this book being created, because it was because of her that I started reading again. And I didn't realize how much I missed reading until I met her. So it was her gift to me of giving me back reading that directly resulted in Sandrian Chronicles Written in Blood.
I've met Keith's wife. You're very lucky to have her.
Indeed I am. Indeed I am.
We're going to go over to Chris now, and we're going to ask the same question.
I guess I would just say to anyone listening out there, so many people go, boy, I'd really like to write a book someday. I would say, just do it. Just try it. You'll meet 100 people go, I've always wanted to write a book. It'll never happen if you sit and stare at the wall. Just put a pen in your hand and start writing. You may hate what you do, but when you rewrite it, it'll get better. And the more you do it, the more you'll like it. One of my great joys in life is I spend several afternoons a week with 4th to 6th graders, helping them with creative writing. I work as a volunteer at a nonprofit that's devoted to giving young people a voice and expressing their creativity. And I watch them come in 4th grade and be shy and not want to stand up. And by the time they're heading off to junior high, they're writing stories. They're comfortable getting up in front of a crowd, and they can express themselves. So I would just say to anyone listening, write. Do more writing. It'll make you feel good.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to go over to Emir.
Yeah, I actually agree with Chris. You just have to get up and do it. It's not going to happen on its own. There's always an audience. A lot of people, just have a particular subject matter or genre or theme, and everybody's scared of rejection. And you just have to, shut up and do it. There's a lot of inspiration. If not do it for others, just do it for yourself.
Exactly.
80% of my writing, honestly, is for me. Like, I write about stuff that I know. I write about stuff that I like. You will always find somebody who listens. You will always find somebody who will watch your movie. You're always going to find somebody to read your book. Story, whatever it is, essay, blog, whatever your interest is, there's always somebody who will listen. And out of 100 rejections, out of hundreds of no's, there's always going to be a yes. And just, sit there and hope that something's going to happen. You have to be proactive.
All right,
one last
so what do
thing
you...
before you go.
Yeah.
One last thing. For those who out there who are listening or watching, if you're going to write, I guess the best advice I can give you is be you. You're not. There are going to be people who are not going to like what you put out. But the thing is, and the fact of the matter is that if you sit around and try to create a book that everybody will like, that book will never get written. So most importantly, you be true to yourself and be you in your writing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, I agree.
All right, so this is your first time on this show for all three of you, and I would like your reaction to what you think about how this show is put together and what you are taking away from this experience. And I'm going to go over to Chris first.
I actually enjoyed this more than I thought I would. I was a little nervous given the Zombiepalooza name and the topic of my book, but I liked being able to have all of us on at the same time and have more of a conversation. I think it led to a good conversation and good topic. So I love the format, and I love that it's so accessible. And anyone who missed it, you can always click on it on YouTube and watch it at a later date, and it's worth your time.
And click and subscribe and like and all of that and share and...
And make sure you hit the bell so you can get your notifications every Friday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sorry. Shameless
Be
plug.
there. Don't make us come look for you.
Yeah, I really want to thank you, Jackie, for hosting us. It's been a great experience. I really, really appreciate it.
I am grateful.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go over to Keith.
Well, what I enjoyed most about this is the setting and the panel that we have. I was kind of afraid it was going to be a bit stuffy, but this was kind of like where I feel comfortable. We're fam here. We're sitting here. We're talking, having coffee, having wine, and we're just talking. And I'm very comfortable in that scenario.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go over to Emir.
It's a very cool format, very laid back. I was worried that I was going to have to throw a bunch of facts and anecdotes and words to sell my work.
That'll be next time.
That'll be a different show.
This is pretty cool. It's very laid back. I can just easily talk about the stuff that I do. It's with two cool guys, and it's really nice. It was fun.
Thank you.
Although I still hate to hear myself talk, so I give over my part to rewatch.
Watch it on mute.
Huh?
Watch it on mute.
Yeah.
Watch it on mute?
That's an idea.
Well, mute my parts.
All right, so I got to get going into my next segmented hour. Thank you so much to everyone from Optimus Maximus Publishing. You guys are amazing. You're doing a really great job there. And thank you extremely very much to...
Do that again, Keith. Click on Keith's picture.
Hang on, wait a minute. Hold up. All right, there you go.
There it is.
I like that. That's a dang good cover. Yowza.
There's mine.
All right, so
My
let me
book is
click on you
downstairs.
guys.
I wasn't planning on this.
All right, go hang on. Well, wait a minute. Go get your book then. Hurry up. You got 20 seconds. You better run and don't break anything, like your neck or anything. Move it
I
over
got
a little
mine.
bit.
All our covers are done by Jeffrey.
All right,
Jeffrey
Chris,
is the man.
the other way so I can see the rest of it.
Move it to your right, Chris.
Yeah, you're right. There you go. Woohoo!
Outstanding.
All right, that is a nice cover too. Who designed the cover on that?
Jeffrey Kosh, same guy who did your
Yeah,
banner.
look at that.
He does all our covers. He's fantastic.
Jeffrey is the man.
Amazing, amazing stuff. Jeffrey's the one that actually introduced me to Christina and told me about what you guys were doing over there. Did you find your book?
Scratch that. I shipped my last book to Manchester, UK last week, so I guess I'm gonna have
Bummer.
to work some new ones. I know.
And if you buy Maximus Shock, it's sort of done like a 50s pulp magazine. Every story has an original cover by Jeffrey.
All right, so this next segment, we're going to be bringing up Cassidi Price, and it is something that we're doing that's relatively new here. We're going to have her actually do a demonstration of a special effects creative Zompak thing, and I'm really excited to bring her on. So,
prop, makeup,
yeah.
both.
She's going to do the thing and all of that thing.
Oh,
Well, there, watching it. Hopefully, we'll be able to get her in. Oh, there she is. Look at her. Isn't she cute? Oh my God, she is adorable. All right, so Keith, if you want to hang with us, I mean, you can hang with us. I am going to go over to get.
I'm gonna have to sign off because I've got my little pug here. He's got his leash in his mouth.
All right. Then
time.
I'll talk to you again. Give my props over to Cleveland, Ohio, and
Absolutely. Go Cavs.
Woo! Go Cavs. Talk to you later.
Peace.
Peace. All right, pop up the top, and I think he just move your cursor up to the top, and you'll see a little red phone, and you can go click, and I'm gonna still there. That's okay.
Who is this cute, adorable lady? Hello.
Oh, there he goes. He's gone. That was Keith Montgomery and from Optimus Maximus Publishing. All right, so we've got something very, very delightfully special that is something a little bit new that we're going to be bringing more of to Zombiepalooza Radio Live. I've been talking with Cassidi Price for what? About how long?
For a while now. Back before you stopped doing the show, I think maybe a month before that.
So it's been about 5 or 6 months now.
Yeah, probably 6 months.
Something like that. Yeah, it's we had an interesting turn of events. I'm not going to get into any of that right now. I might do some special kind of thing just with me and DG to talk about some different changes and stuff. But what I'm interested in now is talking to you about special effects. I want to know how your interest got sparked in this area. But first, I will introduce you to my zombie co-host. His name is Dead Door William.
Hi, Dead Door.
good evening, and welcome.
All right, so DD is interested in special effects and things of that sort. And he's also very interested in zombies. So talk to us a little bit about your background, and if you need to start your demonstration now, you can do that. And I'm going to put you actually on the big screen. Is that okay for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so let's get you up there. There you go. All right, so you're going to be able to hear us and all of that, but the screen's not going to switch back and forth because we want to watch what you're going to be doing. So go ahead,
Okay.
The floor.
Okay, so my name's Cassidy. I am 32 years old. I'm a stay-at-home mom. Pretty much like a couple years ago, my grandma just bought me a Ben Nye stage makeup kit, and I just started playing around with it and watching YouTube videos, and it's kind of just taken off from there. And I just kind of had a natural knack for it. And yeah, so I don't know.
All right, so you have an Instagram page that has some really amazing creations that you've done. Give us the address for the Instagram.
It's instagram.com slash once upon a face 740.
Very cool. What was your very first picture you put up on that?
The very first one I put up on it was actually, I think, face paints that I did for my daughter. The first SFX look that I actually ever did was actually before I started doing the face paints for like birthday parties. It was of my daughter, and it was a zombie look. So that's my favorite look to do, is a zombie look. So yeah.
Does she get into the whole zombie kind of?
Yeah, she likes
Yeah.
to dress like a zombie, and I've taught her how to walk like a zombie.
Oh.
But she won't watch any zombie shows, so she gets scared easily.
There are we have a radio page for kids out there.
Yeah.
I have to look up the name of it because it's been a little bit since I've actually done anything with the page, but it is
Junior Zombie Zone.
Junior Zombie Zone.
Junior Zombie Zone. I'll have to show her it.
Zombiepalooza's Junior Zombie Zone. If DD, if you would collect the link and place it up on Zombiepalooza Radio Live's Facebook page, that would be really cool. And do you want to be called Cassidi?
Go by Nikki if you guys want to call me.
Okay.
Or you can call me Cassidy. I honestly don't mind.
All right. So we're gonna call you Nikki.
Thank God. I thought you were going to call her Cat. I would have to leave.
That's Crunchy over there. He's our engineer, chief engineer. Actually made chief engineer last year. He's been fired a couple of times, rehired. Then he got promoted. Go figure that. All right, so Nikki, go ahead and talk us through preparation of the skin, or what you need to do before you start to actually put on whatever it is you're going to put on.
Okay. Do you want me to go ahead and just start doing it?
Yes.
All right, cool. All right. So the first thing I do, this is Maron Clown White, and I just take a really tiny little bit of this, and I dab it all over my face, and I just put it on really light, to kind of create like a dead look to my skin. I don't want to put it, this stuff is like super thick, so you really just have to use a little bit. And what I want to do today is do a zombie look that is just starting to turn, like I've been bitten and I'm just starting to turn. So I don't want to be too dead yet, you know. And then I put it I put it all down.
It's not bad being too dead.
Right. Yeah. Do you think, what are you scared more of, fast zombies or the more traditional zombies?
Fast zombies, definitely.
That was a dumb question, I know. I get at least one or two of those a year that I get to ask that, are freebies.
Well, thank God I'm slow.
Yeah.
Yes, DD is slow. But he's pretty quick on the uptake, though. I like that.
Yeah.
All right, so when you go and you're prepping your face for the base, what kinds of things are you asking the individual that you're actually going to be working on?
I would ask them, like, if their skin is sensitive. I would have done like a skin test beforehand, like the day before, just to make sure they don't have an allergic reaction, and if they're comfortable, I guess.
Right.
Just
Now I know that there's some products that if they're allergic to latex, and I know that you use face paint and other things like that, but is there anything that is outside of face paint that you could use if they were allergic to latex?
Honestly, I don't know, because I've never even thought about it, which I should though, because like my husband's mom, she's allergic to latex, and I've honestly never thought of that. But probably what I have scar wax, which is, and I could probably pull it off without using the liquid latex. I also have some other stuff. It's synthetic wax, which is it's not as tacky as the scar wax, and it's kind of easier to paint on and mold with your skin, or I mean with your fingers. It doesn't stick to your hands, so I would maybe use that.
Okay, how does temperature affect when you're doing a makeup application?
Honestly, I've never had to do it in like hot temperatures. I have done it in cold temperatures for like haunted houses. So with that, I mean, it hasn't really affected what I do. With like the products that I use also, like they don't sweat off easily, because I use stuff that's like higher end, I guess, not super high end, but you know, better than the average stuff you'd get at a Halloween store.
The stuff that you're using right now, about how much does it cost?
This I'm pretty sure this was like between $10 and $12. This thing right of the clown white, and I bought this probably like 18 months ago. Prices always change too. I buy stuff on mostly. Usually I can find things on Amazon cheaper than I would find in a store, because they have a couple shops in Columbus that sell Moran and Ben Nye and stuff like that, and it's usually really expensive in the store. So I like to buy stuff online, but it's cool.
Once you put the base on, I see that. I think that you're ready for the next step. What is the next step that you do?
The next step that I do, I have a Ben Nye bruise wheel. And I like to use, this is like kind of a reddish brown type color, and that is the color that I like to use to put around my eyes.
I noticed there's no black in there. Why is it that when you're creating a look that's dead, should you not use black?
I don't think it looks natural. I mean, you could probably put it on really light and shade it to look, you know, like dead skin, like grayish. I just don't go for black. I mean, I have another wheel that has black in it, but I just normally go for like more reddish around the eyes and bruised looking, and I don't know, I just think it looks better.
It does, actually, it really does. Dee Dee, do you have any questions for Nikki as she's doing her application?
No, I'm actually enjoying watching her do it.
It's cool. Yeah.
She might be my new ex-wife.
It could be. So when you're going to do the application, what kind of brushes, what kind of textures in the applicators do you look for to be able to get particular looks?
For me, like with the teeth mainly is what I'm gonna be like. I need this teeth shape. I like to just use the brush right here, and I'll indent into the scar wax. Other than that, another one that I use, I like to use a very tiny brush to create the veins. Also, I forgot about this. This is a really cool trick that I like. This is like a makeup sponge, and then at the end of it, I tear tiny little pieces out of it. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. Yeah. So what I'll do with that, and this is cool, it creates like a broken capillary type look. So around the bite, before I apply the scar wax, I'll use this right here, and I'll get this a little bit wet, and I'll start out, I don't know if you guys can see this. This is my Wolf palette. I will start out with yellow, and then I'll sponge that around like where I want the bite, and then I'll do green, and then I will do red, and then I'll do blue, and it creates this really cool like bruised, broken capillary look. But yeah, it's
Okay.
fun.
All right, let's see what you're going to do next.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to take a little bit of this like darker purple and put that around my eyes too. I don't put as much of that as I do like the reddish. But
When you get an opportunity, go ahead and point to the color that you're using currently.
that right there is the one that
Okay. Looking good.
And I just put a little bit of that around.
Do you get into the, I mean, how far into the eye line do you get when you're doing the application?
Oh, that I get pretty close. What I like to do also, I have a red eyeliner. It's Benign. Well, it's more like a brandy red color, but
Okay.
I will that and I'll put that on my waterline also. And I think that really cool effect too. And another thing I like to do too is around the mouth and then around the hairline. I like to get that bruised and dead looking because I feel like the skin around the mouth is thinner, and I feel like it's going to start to like go bad first. And then around the hairline too, like I know that information, like, but it just it looks good. That is gonna go dead first, and your hair is gonna like come off, and so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that definitely the first thing goes off. Just look at my picture.
So I like to do the mouth and the lips.
And do you apply anything directly onto the lip before you start to put any color onto it?
I don't, just the Maron Clown White. And
Okay.
I kind of want my lips to be a little chapped too beforehand. I don't want any type of like chapstick.
Moisturizer, right?
Yeah, nothing like that. I like the kind of chapped look. It just I don't know. It enhances the dead kind of look. I guess. All right, so I've just put a little bit of the brownish red color around my mouth, and now I'm gonna go in with the purple color and put that around my mouth. Just a little bit, not as much as the red. And I'm gonna put it on my lips too. I don't know if you.
While we're talking here, what kind of medium do you like to work in? Like your favorite one?
I like liquid latex. I like the scar wax. But honestly, I like doing the flat face paints and kind of trying to make a 3D type of look. Or even try like a zombie bite with just the flat paint and make it look like it's 3D. I think that would be challenging, and it's kind of fun. So, but yeah, I like a lot of different stuff, I guess. All right, so now I'm going to take the little makeup sponge and first let me do the eyeliner.
Okay.
So what got you started into special effects makeup?
Honestly, just my grandma buying me that kit. And I was like, this is really awesome. I'm going to try this out. And I've always been into zombie stuff. So, yeah.
What's your favorite zombie movie?
Favorite zombie movie? I mean, I like Night of the Living Dead. I've been watching that probably since I was, I don't know. Probably in diapers, because my mom and dad always watched horror movies.
See what you did?
What?
Were you sneaking out and either watching it under the door jamb, or were you actually sitting on the couch watching?
I was actually sitting on the couch watching. Like my parents were pretty, I don't know if the right word is cool, but they probably do.
Well, we do that here too. And my youngest is now 11. My husband, as a matter of fact, was talking the other day about how one day she was sitting on the couch with him watching a horror flick, and she was about 8 years old. So it's a few years back. And she looked up at her dad and she goes, "I hate you." And he goes, "Why now?" And because this isn't scary. And she's talking about the film. And he goes, "Well, why isn't it scary?" And she goes, "Well, because I know about the special effects, and I know a good part of how they put together what they put together, and it's just not scary, and I hate you."
That's funny. That's funny.
I bet you get into the psychological horror, like Insidious.
Do I get into that? Like Insidious?
No, I was talking about her daughter. I bet she'd like Insidious, psychological horrors.
Yeah, well, we're going to wait for a little while for that one. That's a little different. So I've had people from Face Off, and I've also had some of the zombies from that kind of famous show that's on Sunday nights. And one of the things, I know, right? One of the things that they talk a lot about is the prosthesis and how it feels to be able to be completely and totally covered by whatever they're going to be doing. Mm-hmm. What's it like for you when you, I'm going to take you back a little ways, when you did your very first apocalyptic special effects on yourself and you saw what you looked like after you were done, what was that like for you?
It was pretty awesome. I was super proud of myself for like pulling it off and doing so well, and just it was cool. A few years ago, before I had like any real makeup, I won a trophy at a zombie walk, and it was a really small town, but it was like, it meant a lot to me. I got best performance, and I was like super proud. And like I have my zombie walk down. I'm very proud of, my zombie stuff. So, but yeah, I thought it was
Are you going to be doing any events this year where you're going to be able to either work on other people or go as yourself?
I would love to do an event. I was helping out with like a haunted house in Waverly, Ohio, called The Last Carnival. The Last Carnival on the right. I think I'm butchering the name too, and that's horrible of me.
That's all right. You can make it right by looking it up and sending us the link on Zombiepalooza Radio Live Facebook page.
I definitely will, because it's a really good haunt, and this guy does like an amazing job. He's built everything himself. There's like animatronics that he has done himself, and it's amazing. It's really good. And his name is Alan Zeus Shell. And it's really cool. I didn't get to do it last year though, just because I didn't have a babysitter for my daughter. She's 3, and she's on the autism spectrum, so she's not comfortable with a lot of people.
Right,
so
right.
Hard for me to get a babysitter sometimes.
So what are you applying now?
This is the Wolf. This is the Wolf face paints, and I'm just like getting it on the little makeup and doing the broken capillary look. And then
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Yeah.
After you're finished with all of that, have somebody take a picture of you so that you can put that up on the page, because that's actually really pretty cool.
Mhm. And like you'd think with those colors that it wouldn't turn out that cool.
Right? Yeah.
But it does. It turns out like
it's all about how you layer. It is too about technique too, because if you don't really know what you're doing, you'll probably end up like something like I made, and it'll be just like, oh, okay, that's a nice little spot there. I don't know what that is, but
right.
How long did it take you to actually start feeling very comfortable with the kinds of looks that you're doing?
Honestly, each look that I do, like on my Instagram, it's the first time I've ever tried it. So
really,
I just naturally started. I was just naturally pretty decent at it. So this will be the third time I'm doing this one.
Okay.
I was getting ready to ask you,
but
every makeup you do is original?
No. A lot, this one is, but a lot of them I look at pictures or watch YouTube videos.
Yeah, I was going to ask you where you get some of your inspiration from.
A lot of YouTube videos, or if I just see a picture that I like, I try to recreate it, and it kind of ends up being its own thing. And a lot of the stuff I do, like I'll watch a video and that will be my inspiration, and my intentions might be to starting out to do it just like in the video, but usually I put my own twist to it. So it kind of turns into my own thing usually. So, all right, now what I am going to do, I want to apply the scar wax now, and I use Midnight Nose and Scar Wax right here.
Okay.
It's my favorite, so. And before I do that, though, I'm going to put Spirit Gum on the spots where I want to apply the
tell us a little bit about what that is exactly and how it is useful in the process.
It's a liquid adhesive, and it is extremely useful. Like if I don't use this, the scar wax does not want to stick to my skin. And then also while I'm using the scar wax, I like to put oil on my fingers because it's easier to handle.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's super sticky and will stick to your hands. So,
and then it'll be like this, and it'll be like, argh!
Yeah, super hard to work with.
Okay.
So in other words, you want your base or your place where you applying that real dry and not oily.
Yeah, I don't want it to be. Yeah, I don't want it. And this adhesive makes it like dry and tacky. And then once you put the adhesive on, you go like this, and just pat it until it feels super sticky. Which it happens pretty fast. It's already sticky. I think I want to add some more on there. I like to put the bite right here on my neck. It's kind of an awkward spot to do it, but I think it's the most like accurate, like where the zombies would actually probably bite, and most like aesthetically pleasing. Also,
it is. It's a nice juggler right there.
Yeah.
You get the most blood out of it.
If there's anything DD knows.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome. See, I didn't think of that, but that is spot on. Very true. And that does not feel that sticky to me.
He gets some of his buddies to distract the person, and then when they're distracted, he goes in for the bite. And I've seen it a couple of times. It's something that even as a vampire, I just go, must you be so messy? I mean, honestly, I don't.
Oh yeah, well.
It's messy.
But hey, on the other hand, vampires, they go for the same neck, same side of the neck. Because it's the nice, thick thing right there, the jugular. And
we don't make a mess.
Well, that's because y'all
unless we are tending to go in for the kill, and then I think we can do way more damage than any zombie ever. We'll have to do a comparison one night. What is more, I guess, gruesome. I so don't like to talk about myself, but you know, we'll do that. We might do that.
That's interesting.
I'm kind of old. I've had a few experiences. I've seen a few things. You know, like you, kind of old too.
Okay.
So what is the next step?
So now, what I did, I covered my fingertips in oil.
Okay.
Any kind of oil. Today, I'm actually using olive oil, because I forgot my oil at home that I normally use. But you can use.
What do you normally use?
Actually, what I use is it's called it's a spirit gum remover, and it's just an oil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I mean I'm almost out of it, so when I'm done with it, I'll use baby oil probably, because it's kind of expensive and it's just an oil. So, all right, so I covered my fingers in the oil.
Okay.
And a big chunk of the scar wax, and I'm just kind of shaping it with my hands. I'm going to make the teeth indentations here on that. All right. So for that, because my hands are all covered.
Do you have a tool or something that you use to make the impressions?
Yeah, I have some tools right here that I like to use, and they're just like sculpting clay tools.
Oh, yes.
Like little metal spatulas and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what I'm going to use.
Just
For this,
information for indie friends. Is that stuff cheap?
He wants to know about how much this stuff is that you're using here.
The scar wax?
Are you talking about the tools, DD?
The tools, yeah, the tools.
I think I got that pack. It's like a 6-pack for $8, $8 or $9.
Oh, it came in so it comes in a. Oh, okay. Where'd you get it from, or where can we get it from?
I got it on Amazon. You can also go to like any local craft store, because it's basically like sculpting tools.
Cool. I would like to see a picture of the tools that you use. So if you could do that for us, and
definitely
give us either pictures of the stuff that you're using this evening, which I think would be kind of cool, or links, you know, that kind of thing. You didn't know there's going to be homework after that, huh?
That's okay. I love talking to people about this stuff. It's cool. I love it.
Yeah, it is. It's very cool. Is it relaxing for you when you're creating like this?
Oh yeah, I love it. I get into a zone. Sometimes I'll sit in front of my mirror and just for hours trying to perfect things.
A lot of our creatives that we have on the show, they use their creativity to be able to help them deal with some of the stuff that it goes on in real life. And when you're going and you're creating in this fashion, as we were talking like a little bit ago, that it's relaxing for you.
Oh yeah, it's
Are there people that have seen some of your looks and said, "Hey, I'd like to try this because I think that I would like to do it too"?
I don't know. Like, I had one lady. She's actually in a Stephen King group that I'm in. She did like usually around Halloween. People are like, "Hey, can you help me with this?" Or.
Mm-hmm.
But I had one lady, she did the like zipper look, which is pretty popular.
Yes.
So, and a lot of stuff, like you can buy a lot of those applications at the store, but for stuff like that, I like to make it myself. And like with this, I did a stitches look, and I actually took a needle and thread and threaded through that, or sewed that up. But so I don't know.
There are other ways that are cheaper that you could go and create a look that are like already manufactured. But if you want to go like to an event and it's a big deal, or a cosplay or something like that, you really want to be able to make as much of your creation as you possibly can, because that adds to not only the authenticity of it, but the people's reactions are going to be different to it.
Right.
Can you have any experiences where somebody has maybe came upon you as you are in dressed as either a zombie or whatever thing that you recently fashioned, and were very, very taken aback?
Yeah, I've actually had like my family members mostly. I think when I go out like that, people are intimidated and they don't really
a little bit.
So, because I've gone to places, you know, with stuff, and people don't talk to me that much. So, but I mostly just go around my local town, and it's kind of a small town, and I don't know if they're freaked out by me or what, but yeah.
I get that same reaction. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Maybe not enough moisturizer or something to do. It could be. Or maybe you didn't clean between your teeth when you went out. I don't know.
I might have had a fingernail or a finger just hanging out.
Something. That is really, really cool.
Thank you. So now I'm doing like the teeth marks.
Now, have you done any makeup for indie film?
Yeah, film.
No, I would love to. That'd be awesome, but no, I haven't.
Part of what this show is about is bringing talent that is out there together. And sometimes we get local people that go, hey, I didn't know that they were doing this kind of thing. And that part of it's cool. Sometimes we have people that live in different areas, and they decide that the project is worth the expense of being able to do a bit of traveling to be able to get on the set to work with these people. It is a very awesome thing when I can hear stories about people that have done that through this show. It happens actually quite a lot, and that's a cool thing, huh, Dee Dee?
Yeah, that probably would be pretty cool. I would, yeah.
Oh yeah.
What city, state do you reside in currently?
Chillicothe, Ohio.
All right, Chillicothe, Ohio. I know we got a bunch, and yay! Shout out again to another Ohio indie. This on Zombiepalooza Radio Live, we are going to be bringing a lot of Ohio indie creatives together. Sometimes I'll be able to get and actually travel to where they are, or they can come to me, and we can sit down at All American Comic Shop. All American Comics, can't remember the rest of the name. Greg Bartholomew is the owner of All American Comics in Warren, Ohio, and great guy. He has a convention that is going to be coming up in July, and I'm going to get more details for you guys out there that are local to Ohio. And he's got some interesting talent that's coming in too, where we've been invited to go and do some interviews, hang around, talk to people that are just walking around and enjoying the experience of Comic-Con. And I know there's going to be a number of people that are going to be doing cosplay. We went last year, to his event, and I was really surprised at some of the cosplay that was there. So this year they're going to be over at the Cavelli Center, and it's in Youngstown. Is it Youngstown? Cavelli Center. Like I said, I'll get all the details and I'll throw it up on the page. For those who are watching now, Dee Dee, what do they need to do? Please and thank you.
If you're watching now or in later, make sure you like, subscribe, and next to the subscribe button, hit that bell so you can get your notifications every Friday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Dee Dee, what night is this? It's
Saturday. Brain farts.
I know, right? He's been
every Saturday night.
We've been doing this show Friday night for like a number of years, and moved it over to Saturday night because Dee Dee, it was better for Dee Dee to be able to motor into wherever the heck it is that he goes and does his end of the show from, and we appreciate that. So, Nikki, talk to us about what you're doing now and what kind of instrument you're using to make these marks.
Right now I'm using this is a metal sculpting tool, and I'm just kind of like carving out the shape of the teeth and the bite mark. And what I do, I will put oil on the tip of this.
Okay.
That scar wax does not stick to it too bad, otherwise it will. And I'm just kind of trying to smooth down the edges before I apply the liquid latex.
Why is it so important to make sure that you get those edges down as close to the skin as possible?
It looks more natural.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, the liquid latex won't like. Sorry.
Yeah, the liquid latex could seep underneath it and lift it.
Yeah, it doesn't. See, I didn't know that. I just knew it was. It like
makes a mess.
Yeah. And once that happens, like it's hard to
fix it. Yeah.
Like lay flat, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it looks crappy.
So to avoid hashtag crappy scars, crappy latex scars, make sure that you edges down and before you go and apply.
Yes. All right. So edges are.
We'll let you do that hashtag crappy scars.
Crappy scars. Hashtag crappy scars. Or no, we should put hashtag no crappy scars.
All right.
Something like that. Crappy scars are not really good, but no crappy scars. Pretty cool. All right. So what you doing now?
Right now, I'm applying the liquid latex. I'm using bin 9 liquid latex also, but it's more expensive. You don't have to use bin 9. You can just get like I have a big giant thing of I think it's called Monster FX liquid latex.
Okay.
I have it at home. I like the bin 9 though because you can get it flesh colored, which is cool. But also the clear kind can be really useful too, though. So
we ought to talk to Ben 9 about getting a sponsorship for this show.
I know we've mentioned their name. I don't know how many times, but
just
yeah.
This show, just this one show.
I know.
And again, where can you get that Ben 9 stuff?
I get it online on Amazon.
On Amazon.
Yeah, or if you just do like a Google search, there's actually like a Ben Nye website that you can go to.
Now, do they sell that in the makeup shop or around town or close?
There is one store in Columbus that sells it. And I forget the name. It's like it's closer, I think, to Bexley. So I guess it's like in the suburbs.
Yeah, it's up north. I know exactly the one you're talking about.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I forget what it's called, and it's more expensive buying it at the store than online. So I just buy it online because it's cheaper, and I don't have to travel so far. There's also sometimes like Halloween stores will sell it, like the good brands like Maron.
Are you okay?
So, yeah, I got a tickle in my throat. Sorry about that. Now.
Break?
No, I'm all right.
Okay.
Now I just have to
turn.
I know, that's what's happening. Is she's starting to turn.
That's definitely it. Exactly. So this is the longest process. Is waiting for this liquid latex to dry.
Sometimes maybe a hair dryer. I've seen people use on not heat because it could melt it, but on cool, so that you can get it going, or a fan if you have one.
Yeah, normally at home I would use a blow dryer. And I'm always super impatient about this part. What I would do after this is apply like a setting powder. I have some stage like setting powder, and it makes it easier to apply makeup to the actual bite. That's what I'll do once this dries. And then after it dries, actually, I could probably do that now. I like to enhance the broken capillaries. I just take a really small brush.
Okay.
And I try to go over where the where the suggestion of the broken capillaries were from the makeup that I did. I like to do little broken veins.
I have somebody that's coming up next. His name is David Chapman, and he is an amazing special effects artist who has done film work and who has done film work in Ohio.
Really? Cool.
It was, yeah, I didn't want to tell you because I wanted you to be surprised. Do you want to chill out for a little while after you're finished with doing the application? Or if you haven't finished doing the application and it's time for him to come on, you can continue doing what you're doing so we can see the full effect.
Okay, cool.
Cool. All right.
What color are you?
Yeah, that's what I was. Just, yeah,
right now I'm using. Cool. It's right there.
Ah, good, good.
Yes, and then I'll go in also with the brown and maybe a little bit of red too. What I like to do also, edge it with white, and it kind of makes it stand out more. Also.
Huh? Okay. See, after you're done doing this, and sometime either tomorrow during the day or sometime after my daughter Lee gets out of school, I'm going to have her watch this.
Oh yeah.
She loves doing special effects, and she is very intricate with her detail work.
Mm-hmm.
Our next
She's actually,
girl.
yeah.
Oh,
She's done some work where we've actually shot her zombie, and it is amazing.
Really? Cool.
Mhm.
Cool. Is she on Facebook? Like, does she have, or do you have?
Well,
like...
she's 11.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'd love
Not
to see
quite
her.
yet, but yeah, I've got pictures, so I could send them. I'll send them up.
Yeah, definitely. I would love that. I could go like this for hours though, and doing the details.
Yeah, you got 10 minutes before 11.
So
But longer than that. So if you want to make it more complex, you can. Like I said, you can continue.
yeah, definitely.
I'm still bringing David on at 11.
Okay, that's cool. Because this is probably going to take like 10 minutes to dry.
Yeah, I'm not. You don't worry about any of that. I don't want you to rush.
we got until 1:30.
But yeah,
Okay,
I got until 1:30. I had a little bit of a gremlin thing going on. My computer, my main computer, decided it wanted to have a virus, and so I had.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And I want to thank everybody that was on the show and is coming up on the show. Thank you for your patience and all that. I'm going to tell you what, though, if this would have happened in my first year, I would have panicked and I would have just shut it all down and said, the hell with that, I'll just do it like the week after. But because I've been doing it for so long, I just looked at it and I said, I'm not going to sweat this. We're going to, I'm not going to panic. I lost your video.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Nick,
mine? Oh,
lost your video.
am I back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you gotcha.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah, my
Jackie,
phone just...
it's that new blood you're using, the B positive blood. Awesome.
It's working. I had some crappy blood that I was taking for a number of months, and it just really made me just
Yeah,
literally.
you had the O negative blood. It's just bad for you. I try to find those donors too.
Somebody slipped me some O negative.
I heard that is the good blood.
Well, positive is the good blood. O negative is crap. It's just.
Oh, really? Good to know. My husband has O negative, so I'll have to let him know that.
Just crap. From a vampire's perspective, please, because don't go up to him and say, she said your blood's crap. I'll get mad and I'll get hate mail. And I just thought of that. If you've got O negative blood, send the hate mail over to DD.
Yeah, I love all the hate
Not
mail.
DD. Just send it to Crunchy. He'll deal with it.
Yeah, we both have. We offend everybody, and if you don't like it, oh well.
That's really cool. What do you think about that, DD?
That is awesome. I have to watch it down here on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Because on the computer, it like cuts her off at the shoulder, but you don't move because it's actually perfect on the actual channel.
Yeah, it's great.
Cool.
This was a pretty good idea you had, DD, for having her come on and do that like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay. Now I'm going to apply the powder because it's starting to get drier.
Okay.
And I think I'm going to go ahead and try the powder. Now what I'm using is baby powder because
That's what we know.
I normally use like a setting powder, but this is just as good.
Is that like talc? Is that the idea?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm using talc. Actually, this is cornstarch baby powder.
Oh, well then that works too then.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't always have to use the most expensive product to get a really cool look. You just have to know what you can save on and what you should use that is quality, right?
Yes. for me, like stuff that you can save on would be like the oil that I said, powder, but good stuff with the scar wax.
Scar wax, makeup itself.
Yeah, and the like makeup itself. I like Ben Nye. Ben Nye is probably my favorite. It's what I started out with, and it's my favorite. So dust that off a little bit.
Anybody's wondering what the heck I'm doing, I'm typing over to David and letting him know that when you come on to the show, if you are listening in the YouTube, that once you click the link that I give you to be able to get you so we can see you, it's best to be able to click out of the YouTube link, so that way you don't have feedback and I'm not hearing myself more than I need to. All right, what are we doing here?
Oh, now what I'm doing, I'm applying some of the brownish red and then the purplish color to the actual bite. Easy because it was still a little bit wet. So I don't want to. I'm gonna get a different brush. I'm using this. So.
And what will that do to be able to help it set better?
The powder or the brush, or what do you mean?
Going over the way that you're doing it like this.
Oh, that I just want to. It's gonna enhance like the bite marks, like the teeth marks.
Okay.
By adding color to it. So, and I want this bite to look infected and dead. So I'm just adding some color to it.
Cool. DD found the link for Cradle of Filth, Honey, and Sulfur official video. We're going to throw that up on the Zombiepalooza Radio Live Facebook page from earlier this evening. Cool stuff. Let's see. What am I doing here? Looking. See if inbox is what I need.
Yeah, I got a few links that I got to talk to you after show, so you put them into the description down below.
Good.
Which I'll sit here in a second here and look up a 9. If you're like.
We got a couple of minutes before we bring on Mr. Chapman, whose stage name and/or I believe actual real name is Raven Lunatic. And I met him through another individual that we'll say is a creative. And sometimes, you know, when you meet one person and you go and you meet some other people and then you go, oh, hey, yeah, that looks good. You start forming, you know, relationships and these kinds of things happen. It's very cool. And I have deep respect for Raven. He's been through a lot. He's also very creative and has a wicked sense of humor. So he's done a number of films and is quite respected in the indie industry. Very excited to be able to get you, Nikki, to be able to meet with him. So,
yeah,
how you doing there?
Oh, I'm doing good. Right now, I'm going to go on the actual teeth marks and put red, like a darker or the brighter red. Sorry, not darker. I'm using that. I'm gonna go in where the actual teeth marks are, and then in the middle of the bite, where kind of where like a chunk of skin came out. And then when I'm done doing all of that, I'm going to add blood to it. And it'll make it look much more real.
Really, just it's fascinating to see how you can take different kinds of mediums and put them together to be able to have one that looks like it belongs together. Very cool. All right, I'm going to go over and I'm going to get Raven Lunatic.
Yeah, I got a question.
Yeah.
Have you done any research on anatomy, like doctor type stuff, so you get the
a little bit
look right?
Right. Yeah, I have a little bit. I actually have the Grey's Anatomy book, which is really cool. And I've tried to kind of study on my own. Ooh. My phone has 10% battery. So,
All right, can you go and get a cord for it?
Yeah, I probably can.
Okay, go ahead, take that little bit of a break and get a cord and hook yourself up. Do not disconnect. If you disconnect, it'll be an issue. So go run, get what you need.
Okay. All right, cool.
That'll give that enough time to dry too.
Right. Exactly. So don't disconnect. Just stay put. And I'm going to take you off the big screen and
okay.
And over here. All right. So, hey. All right. We are looking for Raven Lunatic, and hopefully that.
Raven Lunatic. I haven't talked to him in like ages.
I know, right? Click the link. Click the links, please.
Mr. Lunatic. Mr. Lunatic. Pick up the white courtesy phone, please.
I know, right?
This is amazing, and
It's very cool.
Looks awesome.
All right, let's go see where he's at. I know I've seen the thing, and if he's having any kind of issue, we can hopefully fix it. Hey, I think somebody came in. Knock,
Yes.
knock. How are ya?
Who's there?
No, right? You need to get there. You are. I see you.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing? I like your friends back there. Your friends are kind of cool.
Some of my work.
All right, so we've had you on, I think, maybe once or twice before, but this is the first time that we've had you on the YouTube channel. You already know Dead Door. Dead Door, go ahead and say your hellos and all of that fun stuff.
Well,
Good evening, Raven Lunatic. It's awesome seeing you again.
how you doing?
Doing great. Dead, but doing great.
You know, he's doing all right, and I think Crunchy's in the background somewhere. If he hasn't gotten completely and totally disgusted by DD.
No, not at all. Never. I just threw nuts at him. He's fine.
Coco, you want to say hi to Raven Lunatic for us, please?
Welcome to the show, Raven.
How's it going?
It's going nutty over here, but I'm trying to keep it all together.
All right, so Raven Lunatic, you've worked on a number of films. You have some other interesting projects that you've done in the past, I think, 5 or 6 years that I've known you. Go ahead and give our listeners an update of what you're working on, and give us a little insight into who Raven Lunatic is.
Well, kind of give you an easy insight. I started out basically being a haunted house, doing and designing the monsters and the actual mazes. As a kid, I basically got involved with it and got a little bit more intense after a while, doing the full haunted house and stuff, managing, operating for other people, and then eventually building for myself. And I kind of got to a point where I wanted to move away from that. So I started doing the movie thing, and originally just started out doing like little silly stuff on my own. And then got involved with Pay As You Go Productions when I did an independent film called Thanksgiving, THANX Giving. And that was the first time I worked with Ari Lehman, the first Jason, where he played a character called Dilbert Eaton, which we had to pretty much kill him in the movie, so we had to chop him up. As a matter of fact, this is his leg from that movie back in 2004, I believe.
I'd give that to DD as a treat, but it looks a little. It looks a little.
It looks tasty.
That doesn't it? Well, you know, yeah, it does look tasty. That's very cool, though. How did you talk to me about how you created that? Since you have that there.
Well, that one there, it was actually a live casting, mold of an actual leg, my leg, and then it was made with a silicone foam, silicone and polyfoam. So it's like the skin itself actually feels like human skin. My camera's not the greatest, but if you look real close, you can actually see footprint.
Yeah, that's freaky.
You know,
Yeah,
so I mean,
Nikki, what do you think about that? Show it up so that Nikki can see it.
I think it's awesome. I want to do a live cast so bad. I don't have anyone that would be able to help me do it, though. I need someone that knows kind of what they're doing to help me. Yeah, I want to do a whole entire head.
Talk a little bit about what the process is for making a life cast. Would you use the leg for the example?
well, for on this one, I was basically a noob. I had no idea what I was really doing. I just kind of did it. So I went out and I got myself some plaster, which I should have used hydrocal, but at the time we were trying to do it fast. I had 3 days to get it done, so I used a plaster mold, made a mold of my leg, which I did the lower half first, and then did the upper half. Once I had the mold made, separated it up from my leg itself, I brushed the silicone in because I was trying to get it to where it would adhere to the silicone or adhere to the mold itself. And then when I closed it, I polyfoamed it, poured my polyfoam in, let it set for a couple hours, and basically pulled it apart and started cutting on it to insert the bone, which I probably should have, in hindsight, put the bone in first. But it was done in a rush, which, I mean, I even used stuff laying around the house, like fire caulking that you use for insulating your basement from piping, to where I used that for the actual material on the inside. So I didn't even have to do any coloring. It was already naturally flesh tone, or muscle and meat toned. Just having to add the extra detail. But that was one of my first official movie pieces that I had made. So now that and a few other pieces, which unfortunately I don't have anymore.
I'm going to go and I'm going to do a flash on Nikki and see how her piece is doing.
She's doing well. I'm keeping an eye on her. She's doing well.
What do you think, Raven, about how she's doing with this bite mark? It's amazing. I saw her. One of the first times that I recognized that she was, she even existed in any of the other stuff, was I saw some of her work that was up on the page that was flashing by, and I went, wait a minute, I gotta look at that. And then I found out that she was indie, and she was very interested in doing different kinds of creative looks. And I went, I gotta bring this on, because she has natural born talent. I think that she would do good on something perhaps maybe some of our guys in Ohio are working on. Would give her a little bit of film experience. I think that might be a good thing.
Right. And another good thing to do is hit the conventions, get to know the people in your area.
Right.
Because you're working and you're talking to the people that are literally filming in your own locality. And by getting to know those people and showing them your work, handing out some business cards, rub some shoulders, it does work. I found that that's a real good way to get to know your local indie people.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so Raven, what kind of things are you doing this year that you can talk about?
Well, I have a few that I really can't talk about yet because paperwork and funding and but all I can say is if it goes through, it'll let me get back to my hometown for a little while, back in St. Louis, and then I've got a few other opportunities. But most and foremost, right now, I'm kind of focusing on where I started, my roots, and I'm putting a lot more of my time and effort into building and designing this this portable haunted house thing that I'm doing, which falls right down your aisle there because it's a portable zombie hunt. You know, what better way to spend the day than to walk through and shoot zombies in the head all day?
I know, right?
I know, wait.
And it's fully 3D. It's a pretty neat, right? I mean, it's a pretty neat thing. It's something I've been messing with and I've done over the years in the past, and now I'm reinventing it and bringing it out and using it as an opportunity to actually raise money for charity and things like that as well.
It's important to be able to have a creative outlet and allow you to be able to express yourself. I know that you took a year off for a bunch of reasons that you do not need to go into.
Right.
What does it feel like for you to be able to start back into it again and get the creative juices flowing and all of that fun stuff?
It's good to get back into it. I honestly, even though I took a year off, I still thought about it every day. I still had ideas and plans. Like sometime last year I brought up that I'm looking to try to find somebody that can take my storyboard and script and turn it into an actual book instead of being just a movie script, because I've got an idea for a movie that I know will go over well, which I made a short for many years ago, but totally changed the whole concept of it after making the short because it made me see what I did wrong. And but I wanted to make that into a book so I could try to maybe get the book out there, get people interested in the book, and then try to do the independent film from that. But because of what it entails building a haunted house, filming the movie, and everything else. So I thought, if I'm going to do it, I might as well just go all out. So I figured I'll do the book, maybe even take it and make it into a comic book form for kids to enjoy it as well. Taking basically the storyboard and just making it kid friendly.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I do the haunted house and actually go to film, use the haunted house to pay for the funding for the movie. And at the same time, use the haunted house as my movie set. So when the customers go through, they'll actually be seeing part of the movie that they'll eventually be able to purchase either at the haunted house or at the stores, whatever it be.
How cool is that? What do you think about that, DD? I know you don't like the whole shooting the zombies and all that because that's kind of sensitive to you, but
no, it's okay. As long as I'm not the one getting shot at.
Right.
It's totally digital.
Oh.
Oh well, then there.
Yeah.
That's would be all right. That would work even for DD. You might actually as a zombie.
Take some aggressions and all them fellow zombies, maybe.
Because
that
every
one that
once in a
stole
while.
my right leg that I wanted really bad. Yeah, maybe.
First thing we learned is you have to build a big giant wall to keep them all up inside there, though.
Yeah, because even digital zombies can be dangerous, and so we need to make sure that they are all contained. Now, your concept for this is very interesting. When you first get this started, where do you think you might actually launch this? And is there some sort of perspective on how long it might take you to put this together and all of that.
Well, I'm hoping to have the thing potentially ready for this Halloween. If not, I would like to have it ready for the beginning of horror convention season for next year. And my goal is to premiere it at one of the lucky conventions that decided they'd like to bring it on board. But if I have it finished and I've got a location, I'd like to actually premiere it right here in my hometown in Denver if I can, or maybe someplace like Texas Frightmare Weekend down in Dallas Fort Worth, Texas, when they have their show.
I think that actually might not be a bad idea. We've got some other stuff that I haven't talked about publicly yet that Raven knows about, and I think that actually might be a good idea. All right, so different kinds of mediums when talking about doing special effects work. What is some of the more difficult mediums that are very well to learn how to use? Raven.
I think I'm lagging a tiny bit.
Okay, so mediums that are kind of difficult to use, but if you do it and you learn how to use it well, that it's well worth the effort.
I mean, honestly, I'm very limited to what I use for the most part. I've used a lot of different chemical and compounds for the silicones, the dragon skins. I personally like dragon skin.
Talk to me about what dragon skin is. There are some people that don't know what that is.
Well, I wouldn't be able to describe it as well as some of the other guys, but for me, it's a more skin tone or skin feeling material as far as silicone base, because you can apply it to the skin if you need to, but you can also use it for molding, casting. There's so many different uses for it. Honestly, I still 90% of the time use silicone, just regular silicones, as well as latex. I've got a few places that I get latex locally in small amounts, because right now I'm not doing as much work as I normally do. I don't need the huge supply. But I mean, I've used so many of the different polyfoams and everything else. And honestly, as long as you follow the instructions and you make sure that when you're doing like your castings that you don't make the mistake of letting air bubbles get in,
Right.
and apply your proper releasing agents, you're generally pretty good. I've always said that special effects is an art that you can be born to know how to do it, or you can be a YouTube aficionado and go on YouTube and learn how to do it just as easy.
Exactly.
The difference is, do you love what you do, or are you just doing it to be like everybody else?
Right. You have to eventually find your own niche. Learning the basics, just like any other creative project that we have in the indie field, is very important. Your foundation is very important. But then the biggest thing is for you to be able to walk out of that and be able to add to it your own twist, so to speak, just like our authors and our film workers. Speaking of film, you have an interesting background in film, and I want to talk a little bit about that from what your bio is. So I have a television or something like that in the background that if we can like turn it down or off would be really cool.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
All right, thanks. All right, so as we're looking at, and I hear me too, so if there's a YouTube on with me on there.
Yeah, he's got it up.
Yeah.
We'll get him to mute it when he gets back.
All right, so
go
yeah.
over and look at Nikki real quick.
Yeah, let's pop on her and.
Hi, Nikki.
There you go. Wow.
Look at that thing.
I'm just
That
kind
looks
of like.
tasty.
Dee Dee's like,
Yeah.
wow. It looks wet and very like fresh done.
I know.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm always super critical of myself. So.
Raven, I got a quick question. Are you self-taught or are you like school-taught?
A little bit of both. I got education through the Pittsburgh Art Institute long time ago. But by the time I got out of school, everything that they taught me was pretty much obsolete. So I pretty much had to learn all the new materials and everything else. Because I mean, we're talking mid '90s to now. The industry's changed so much. With nowadays they're being taught pneumatics and armature robotics and some of the new casting processes and stuff. Everything from what do they call them, vacuum form machines, all the way down to, as far as special effects goes now, the industry's just become a monster compared to what it was before. Back in the days, you had Bela Lugosi and Vincent Price doing their own makeup. And nowadays, you've got a crew of 85 people, basically just splashing blood on people. And then that's the rest of the other guys who are doing the makeup.
Right. All right, so we're going to go over. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, they're coming piece by piece. Now you said you told us the one you like and that you love, the medium. Which one do you don't like to use but have to?
Well, I would say as far as overall stuff in special effects, I don't like using like fiberglasses and rosins and stuff like that. Because, well, obviously fiberglass is horribly itchy if you get the fibers all over you. And if it was makeup based, I would say any oil based makeup. I hate cream makeups because they just get so gummy and cakey that, if you're using, like, for example, at haunted houses, your actors sweat it off within 15 minutes. And so you're running around having to retouch everybody's makeup every couple of hours. It's no fun. I started using a makeup by a company called Wolf, and it's alcohol or water based. You can use it either way. And I mean, this stuff is really tough. It'll stay on your skin. It goes over latex, silicone. It works really well. And for the size of cups you get, you really get your money's worth. And you can use it like regular makeup, everyday foundation colors and everything. And it's much cheaper.
I'm going to pop over and get, not me, but you on this big screen. And let's take a look a little bit, kind of, wow. I mean, like, all right, so what did you do to, like, what was the last step that you did to get it to this point?
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
Yeah, I am.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. I added the fake stage blood, and I just added more of the capillaries, and I added white kind of to one side of them to make them. And I added more of the Ben-Nye bruise wheel to kind of make the around the bite look more infected.
When you move, that thing looks like it's pulsing, or is it just me? Because I'm like, whoa! It does. It I guess maybe just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm hungry.
No, it's pulsing. That's why I said it looked real tasty.
Probably my actual.
When you watch this video, after you see it, you'll and I mentioned that, you'll be like, oh, yes. All right, we're going to go back over to Raven. There you go. All right, so we're talking about your film. work. When you first started getting into horror movie work, you actually started as an actor. So talk to us a little bit about how that sparked and where you went, like how you progressed into doing special effects and creating haunted houses.
Well, it started out as far as the special effects and haunted house thing. It started out with me in the haunted houses, but when it moved to the movie thing, it basically, the first time I was in a movie, my grandpa actually was the one that got me the extra gig, because they hired his car. So I did the extra, which was in a movie called White Palace, non-horror, with Susan Sarandon, filmed in St. Louis. That's late 80s, I believe, early 90s. Then another one, which was in 2000, called the Miracle Match, or The Game of Their Lives, which was a soccer movie about the United States soccer team winning some kind of a championship way back in the day. And then Up in the Air with George Clooney, where the movie where he goes around flying and firing people. I had extra gigs doing that. But normally, my thing was I wanted to get into the horror movie stuff. Now, sorry about the noise in the background. That's my.
You need to go?
No, she's got him. That's my protege.
Wow.
I did some acting for a TV show called Morbid Curiosity, which I was actually doing their special effects, and their guy dropped out, so they had me reading his lines, so the lead actress could rehearse. And then he decided that he'd have me try out for the part. Before I knew it, I was the lead villain, I guess you'd call it, in the pilot show for Morbid Curiosity called The Secret Life of Mr. Oliver, where basically I'm a butcher who likes to chop up his neighbors after they pass and then serve them back to their family.
Oh, well,
so to speak.
Everybody's got to have a hobby, right?
Right. And then I also did did special effects for that episode as well as acted. And then I did another episode where I did some special effects for their episode called Napoleon, which basically it's Nip-Oleon, and I had to make artificial nipples and stuff like that.
Oh, that kind of nip.
Yeah.
There you go. You haven't made it into a horror flick until you've made some interesting.
You rip off a nip.
Right.
Hashtag nip or something like that.
And a cheesy, generic special effects tip. Anybody who ever has to make a nipple, just take a lemon and cut it in half and use the other half of the lemon where the core is.
Yes. That worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave. All right. So, all right. So we're talking about food and different kinds of foods that you can use for special effects. Any other foods that you've used for special effects, including, I don't know, making my favorite tasty thing, what?
Well, I normally make all my own bloods, which I go with the old-fashioned recipe of Carruba syrup and food coloring. Worry about the sugar and insulin issue or anything like that.
Right, right.
In the first movie they ever did, which was Thanksgiving, I had to make a chest piece because this girl was supposed to rip this guy's chest open. So when she ripped his chest open, she was supposed to basically eat from him. So basically we made this rib cage setup, and I applied beef jerky in between the ribs and then doused it in fake blood and all that. But beef jerky makes a really nice muscle tissue in between the ribs, especially if you get like kippered beef or something like that. We've also used like pork tenderloin for muscle tissue. For example, you can put pork tenderloin inside this right here, and then if you were cutting a skin off of the latex, then you'd have the flesh under the bottom, which in that Secret Life of Mr. Oliver, we actually are using some real meat in there, kind of that situation. But it was super low budget. We were basically doing it with stuff I had laying around. I was using props that I've already used in other movies and stuff. Excess makeup that I had. So, I mean, we're literally was trying to make a show to promote it to the cable industry. And it'll be on public access here soon. It was in St. Louis already. I don't know yet.
Okay.
It was in St. Louis already and in LA.
When you find out, let me know, and we'll get that link posted out so people can look at public access TV with your work on it.
Right.
We're going to go over to DD, and we're going to have him ask a question. Go ahead, DD.
When you're picking your meat for your muscle and all that, do you want it lean or do you want it real fatty?
I try to go with the fattier meat because it gives you that tendon and it gives you a more natural look. And I generally try to use pork if I'm doing something with a human, because they say that our closest relative to the farm animal is the pig. So, and we honestly, our muscle looks pretty similar.
All right. Do you have another question, Didi?
No, they're rolling off. So once they do it, I'll buzz again.
Okay, thank you. I'm right now currently messaging. Okay, Gavin Stone, who's going to be on our.
What was your favorite?
Yeah.
Your favorite one to do? Your favorite prosthetics or favorite makeup that you did?
My favorite makeup or prosthetic that I've done, I would have to say, is sitting right next to me. My little buddy right here, Stan.
He's creepy.
He's a walking puppet. It's actually
I knew he was creepy for a reason. He's not just
It's a live casting of my daughter's face.
Wow.
So this little boy is actually my daughter. I'll try to move my camera so you can get a little bit better view.
I love the leg thing going on there. Look at that. That's no wonder. I mean, I'm gonna have like nightmares. I'm a vampire having nightmares because of you, Raven. I just not too much. I've seen a lot. That's really amazing. How'd you do that?
Well, pretty much that was mostly just paint to make it the realism. Of course, glass eyes. These are, if you was to lose an eye, that's what you get. I'm going to try and keep mine in here somewhere. Remind me not to go near him anymore. I've actually seen this man in person and hugged him and all of that. I don't know if I want to do that again, though. I'll hug him over here.
It's okay. You don't want vampire eyes.
Look at it. He's got pieces parts. I know, right?
Jackie, you said you needed a hand somewhere.
I did. So what all went into this? How long did it take you to do this? And give me a little bit of.
With his head, it took me about a month to make his head proper, because I said it was a live casting, which with a kid it takes a little longer to do a casting than a normal adult, so it wasn't able to do it in one setting. But after casting it, I took my time putting it together. The rest of it actually didn't take no time at all, because it's all just scrap materials laying around the house. Same way with this thing here, it's almost all recycled material.
Okay.
And that's actually a full backpack style costume. You wear it. I'm inside. My face is normally right here, and its mouth opens and closes.
I love that. I think that's cool as hell.
But that's been made with all recycled materials. Even the costume itself is just old Halloween costumes. So it's just like all cut together. And
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna flip on Nikki right now and get an update about how she's doing. So where are we at in this process? That's
I'm pretty much done.
That is.
She looks sexy.
Oh, you like that, Didi?
I like it now.
That
looks really, really good.
it looks like it actually just happened. I feel bad for you. I want to go and I kind of want to hug you. I don't because you've been bitten.
I'll hug her.
So, but DD will and maybe Crunchy too. Crunchy's kind of he likes that kind of thing too.
I don't know. She's dead now.
Hey, right? Yeah, you know.
Yeah, she's all dead.
That's all cool. All right, so you're a little blurry on here, actually a lot blurry. So what I want you to do is I want you to take a picture, make sure you get a nice clear picture of all of that, like up close. I want you to have one that's a little bit far away. And when one of the things that like makes me crazy is that you've got really, really cool prosthetic, or somebody's either you've done it to yourself or someone else has done it to you, and they smile. I'm like, you are like a dead person. You're not going to be smiling. So I want you to give me that look, like that you're going to bite the piss out of somebody because you're really ticked off somebody bit you, or something.
I can do
that thing going on there. All right, so Raven, what do you think about that? That's up in
Well, I would say yeah, generally the undead don't smile, but they can be happy too. You never know. Maybe they found a cookie or
something. Somebody to bite.
That's what you want to call
yeah, it looks great from what I can tell.
It's a banana.
Not very,
that's crazy.
It's not super clear on my side, but
right, yeah, me either. So that's why we need the pictures from you. Okay.
Okay.
I think you may have got some oil on the camera itself, the camera lens.
Well, oh yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, you're looking better there. A little bit more clear.
Camera lens, so maybe that was it.
That's all right. Go ahead and make sure you clean up the lens and all of that kind of thing. You are more than welcome to ask Raven some questions, because this is part of what we do on this show. Go ahead and ask away.
I honestly, I don't know what to ask. I think it's super cool what you do. I wish I could, get into that type of stuff, films and stuff. I'm really just a newbie, honestly.
We all are.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I think it's super cool. I honestly, I kind of creeped on your page a little bit to see some of your work. And it's very impressive. I liked it. So,
unfortunately, that's a lot of my older work. I haven't really done a whole lot in about the last year, other than a few little miscellaneous face makeups and things like that, and then what I did for Halloween. But there'll be a lot more
Raven,
coming from me. Yeah.
Did you work on Chill? Did you do work on that on Chill? CHILL Chill? Did you do work on that film?
No.
Okay.
It was Candyland.
Oh yes, go ahead. I wanted to go and pull more of that stuff up. Go ahead and talk about Candyland, please.
Okay, Candyland, which eventually got renamed Scared, which was filmed in your back area, there in Ohio near Cleveland.
How many times can we mention Cleveland tonight? Cleveland.
It was done by Freitag Pictures with Eddie Leigel and Don Crillian and Scarred.
Yes, very cool. Put that back up there again. Hang on, wait a minute. Let me get you on the big screen. Put that back up. Okay. It would look even cooler without that sticker on there, but Scared.
Here, we'll do it a little better than that.
Freitag Pictures. That's it, and that's from Scared. Yes, it is. It's cool. Who did the graphic on that?
On this, I'm not sure. I believe it was actually one of the photos from our shoot that just was vectored for the T-shirt.
Cool.
But
I like that.
yeah, it was. I worked on that with another effects artist that Daniel Click Blaine.
Yes, 3D effects.
Yeah, and basically I was there at that time. I was working for first Jason Ari Lehman, doing manager road work and stuff with him. And they brought me on to do special effects for the scenes that were being shot while he was there with him and a horror queen named
Was
Julie,
that John Maxwell? Oh,
Julie Prescott.
Okay.
It also had Lisa Neild, she was also.
I love Lisa Neild. I haven't seen her in ages. I wonder.
She's great.
Yeah, she is.
I basically was the one that had to kill Julie, had to cut her throat, split her head open with a hammer, that kind of stuff, or at least make it look like it happened.
Right.
And I was supposed to get back there, but unfortunately, because at the time I was working with the Jason guy, I was on the road so much that there was just no way I could get back there in time by the time they were done filming.
So are they going to do another piece from that?
There's a sequel that I've been told is in the works. They've asked me if I was interested in being involved. I told them I was. I haven't heard anything. Haven't heard anything about it since then, other than, the internet talks about, hey, we're working on possibly the new script.
Well, maybe I'll knock him on the head and see what he's up to.
We've had some issues with this.
Here's another thing that I want to talk about that I have found is incredibly true. The internet, we would think, is, it scopes all over the world. But in indie community, that really doesn't seem to be true. I mean, it does, but it's like everybody knows everybody. And the projects that they create, when you get a reputation working in indie film, if you work well with others, they're going to be like, hey, yeah, I want you for my project. Or I heard that you did this, and I've seen some of this stuff, like either on YouTube or on something that was distributed. It's incredibly small. You run into that kind of thing? I mean, you have more experience than I do with this. What do you think about that?
It definitely, it's a huge community,
yeah,
but a tight-knit family.
Yes.
The horror industry is definitely a different industry. I mean, because everybody that's in the industry knows that no matter what happens in the Hollywood industry, horror is always going to be the backbone of the movie industry. It always has been. It always will be, even though it doesn't get the recognition it should. It like the Grammys and the Oscars and.
You know what though? Hold up for a second. There's this.
Lately, they have been.
There's this site. It's called iHorror. It's got little I and then it's horror. I don't know if it's .com or what the dot is, but I have just recently run into seeing. I know there was a post and there was a guy that. Film, when I go around scouting for different ideas, I look all over the internet, and his film has won 15 awards in indie and is up for an iHorror award, which is like
it's the equivalent of like the Oscars.
Yes, and
yeah.
I'm like,
see, that's what I'm saying.
thrilled.
Mainstream media just doesn't want to accept the horror as being what it is.
Right.
So they've created these other ones, like Fangora does the awards ceremony, and I mean, all of these horror conventions have movie festivals along with them, and they're recognizing these local, producers and directors and all of that, and finally getting the recognition out there. But unfortunately, the big horror, unless you're a multi-billion-dollar Brad Pitt movie, they forget about you.
Right.
Unless you're, of course, Jason Voorhees Part 19 or, Halloween 420, All
right, so Raven, I want to pick your brain a little bit to be able to help our friend Nikki here.
Okay.
If she were to be interested in getting into indie film in her area, what are some of the things that she should do with pictures and other kinds of things that she has created along the way up until this point? Some things that maybe you could tell her to help her out to put something together that describes her work process.
Right. Well, first and foremost, I would say the 3 big mistakes that I always do. Make sure you take pictures of your work. Not only finished work, but in progress, so that way you can actually.
Yes.
I always screw up doing that. Make sure you get a good portfolio, which I unfortunately right now do not have, and as well as
Right.
if you really want to work with the industry, look into your local, like, say for example, say you're in Indianapolis, Indiana, look up online Indianapolis Indie Film Wire. Generally that's like a community where local people are talking back and forth, talking about the trade, kind of get you in there. Other social sites that are like movie based, like Stage 32, I believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Facebook. Look for independent film groups in your area. Get to know them. I've always found that the best thing to do is just get out there and rub shoulders with them at the conventions.
Right.
Take some of your costumes that you do, bring in a few of your costumes, enter the costume contest.
Do up some people if you don't have costume. Yeah, get some people and do them up and bring them.
Or even get a table and sell your wares. Go to the local thrift store and make up some zombie costumes, some great foam, some fake paint blood,
things like that.
Right. Or jewelry, because I make horror jewelry to sell, like the Jason masks and machetes and little Raven lunatic earrings.
Do something that is like a signature piece for you. And I think enough experience to know what you enjoy working with as far as texture wise, and get some stuff and put it out there. It doesn't have to be really high quality professional, but of course, if it's kind of hashtag crappy scar, then you really don't want to do that, because this is going to represent you and what your style is. So good stuff to have some fun with and maybe make a couple of bucks, or anything else that you would like to say there?
You're close to Columbus, right?
I am close to Columbus, yes.
There's
I'm about
an
an hour south.
organization. All right, there's an organization in there, MOFA, Mid-Ohio Film Association. Actually, there's one up in Cleveland too.
Yes,
you could also look up Fright Tech Pictures.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah.
Fright Tech. Let's see here. See if I can get it close enough that you can read it.
Pull it back, dude. Back.
It's got a glossy finish, so it's gonna blur. But Fright Tech, or you can also go to my page. You'll see links on the movie Scared with Jonah Candy and all of that.
Right.
That's who did that movie. Because they know other people in that area, and they work with local. They like to work with locals. I'm not a local. I was only local at the time because they needed the guy I was working with.
We adopted him. I always think that you come from Cleveland area or something. I don't know why, but we adopted him basically. So that's the way that goes. Then that'll happen if you get into a group and they really like what you're doing and you interact well. You show up on time when you say you're going to. You have a pretty good feel for working in and out of different kinds of situations, because you know that when we do indie, we have to work with what we have right there, and sometimes we have to improvise or really think quick on your feet because it needs to get done. So if you're flexible like that, then people are going to want to have you to come back. If you come in and you're late and you have attitude or you go prima donna, not that you would do that.
Hey, now.
I have seen the light and I've seen the dark side.
I wasn't late. I was just the manager. I was just the one that was driving.
It wasn't about you.
You remember that
Love you.
premiere?
I
You
know,
remember
right.
the film premiere? I was what?
Oh
4
wait,
hours
yes, 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 yeah, yes. You were, and we were
late?
trying.
Wasn't my fault.
Hell yeah.
I left on time. I got stuck in Chicago for 3 hours waiting for somebody to get ready.
And then there was an issue with the hotel and all of that. That we could go on for a while. And then I got yelled at that night by the person.
Yeah.
And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I came all this way just to see you. Not you, but you know, the you talking.
Yeah.
And, oh yeah, you know, I've also been very fortunate to meet people who have done classic film work, like Night of the Living Dead and all of that other kind of really cool stuff. And
Rest in peace, Kasana.
I was extremely upset when I heard that he had passed. I've actually had him on a couple of times on the show. I've been looking for the links for those tapes.
Him and John are awesome.
Hopefully I'll be able to find it. Yeah. So, but you know, these people, very humble, very grounded, very excited about what they see in indie film, still to this day. And then I get some people that I don't know where their head is. I know where the prem of their head is. But
I call it being a child actor.
And they're old enough to know better, and they've maybe done a film or maybe a couple of films. They've had some parts where they've actually been able to have some words in it and not just like a walk by or drive by. And they are like, I'm here, you need to pay attention to me. And oh, you know, I don't do the prima donna thing really well, but that's my impression of it. And it sucks. So if don't be like that. You'll get along fine. People will love to be able to do what you have. All right, so you've got to have some kind of a question for him. I know you got to have something. So you got something, anything?
I'll probably think of 20 different
After
things.
we're done.
Yeah.
Like we'll sign up and speak. I could ask that. I could ask that. Go.
Would it be okay if I met book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a problem. Just if you ever have any questions or anything like that, hit me up. I'm actually hoping here in the near future to start doing some how-to videos and everything else too. So you have a question, I might be able to do a how-to video on how to do that.
That's a really good idea. There are more creatives now that are looking for other outlets to do other than like shows like this, or you know, the Facebook pages or the Google Plus and all of that. Instagram is very important too, but they're trying to find other ways to help brand themselves. And this is what, even though we've not mentioned that word until now, it's branding. It's showing what you do, how the style that you do, and so that when somebody sees what you have and they're like, they have a project, they're like, I want what she's doing because I think that would fit in well. It's all about branding, and it's, you know,
it's personality, like my branding is generally,
and all of that.
Yeah, I do generally branding on most of my work. You know, even my zombies, they're zombie-esque, but they still have that kind of that cartoon-esque look to it because my characters are slightly animated. Okay. You know, it gives me a little bit different edge. I mean, I'll do the realism and stuff, but my choice is the cartoon-based look,
right?
You know, with that realism.
Now, Nikki, have you done any how-to videos yet, or is this your first experience in doing that, or what do you got?
I have done some stuff in the past, but it was mostly generic, like how to put together a foam facade for a haunted house or things like that. It was mostly haunted house construction type stuff, but I don't even think those exist anymore.
All right, question over to Nikki. Same question. Go ahead.
I've done a couple live videos on Facebook, but that's it. I wanted to maybe sometime soon start doing some YouTube videos.
Okay. Facebook Live works too. YouTube Live, if you have a YouTube channel, they now have a YouTube Live that works very much like what you're doing right there on your phone with the Google Hangouts. And I'm under the impression too that Google Hangouts is not going to allow me to be able to have my guests on with Google Hangouts anymore after April, so I have to figure out another way to be able to bring folks on with the phone. All right, so we're getting up to the top of the hour. Nikki, what did you think about your very first experience of being on Zombiepalooza Radio Live? And go.
I like it. I'm super nervous still. Wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
You did great. You did the whole thing and all of that, and you didn't even break a sweat.
Yeah, inside though, I'm freaking out.
Me
So-
too. Me too. Me too. You did a wonderful job. You know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going over to Raven, my favorite lunatic on the whole planet, and I know a lot of them, but you're my favorite. And see, yeah, you know, that's one of the reasons why he's my favorite, because you never know what he's gonna do. You got any kind of links or anything like that you want to direct people to, Raven?
Well, they can go to my Facebook page by obviously / The Looney Bin. That's TheLuniBinshow. And Instagram at Raven Lunatic, RAVENLUNITIC. I do not have my website up. I was hoping to be able to release it as a going live while I was on the show, but it was unfortunate that I couldn't get it done.
We'll bring it back. Don't worry about that.
I do believe I gave you a link or two in the email.
Yes.
For some video links. And I can, as soon as I get a chance, I'll send you a video link to the Cadaverous, which was my first zombie short that I made, which I completely rewrote into a completely different movie that I'm waiting to film now. But
right.
yeah.
We'll get those down in the description after show.
Cool.
Yeah. We have an after show that we do. So we'll take care of it then.
Yeah, she has to yell at me a couple times.
Yeah.
More like an after party, right?
Yeah, kind of,
pretty
sort
much.
of like that. You know, sometimes people hang out and or, you know. Anyway, I'm going over to Nikki and tell them about your Instagram and how they can find you and your creative work.
My Instagram is instagram.com/onceuponaface740. Or you can find me on Facebook. I have a Facebook page, same thing, except for facebook.com/onceuponaface740.
Okay. All right. My next hour is going to be with Gavin Stone. He is the CEO of Fanboy TV. Fanboy TV has gotten quite an interesting reputation within the indie community. It is a station that you are going to want to become more aware of if you're not already aware. Or if you are aware, you want to become more aware because you're going to be doing a lot more stuff. I'm getting tired. And if you don't know anything about it, we're going to tell you all about it. And yeah, I'm going to have him hit the link, yeah, because I know that he's watching. And let's see where we got to go so I don't click the wrong button. I've done that before. Let's see, stop.
Yeah, left me stranded. No, you left it broadcasting and I had to take over. But hey,
I did.
What zombies got to do.
Well, yeah, you did good work. You did good work. All right, check you out. This is Gavin Stone. He is, like I said, the CEO of Fanboy TV, but he is also an incredible individual who many people really appreciate for his creative venture, and we are going to chat with him this next hour and find out what kind of cool things he's bringing to indie TV. So if you would like to stay, you are more than welcome to. If you need to go, I understand. So Gavin, since you are there, and I know that you've been watching, this is Cassidi Price, but she goes by, and she was making the, not prosthetic, what would you call that necessarily? Or is it a prosthetic?
It's a prosthetic.
No, I don't know if I'd call it a prosthetic. I guess maybe, I don't know. It's just like a zombie bite with latex and scar wax. I don't know if I'd prosthetic.
Gavin, what do you think about what she did?
It looks really good. I'm blessed to be surrounded by effects artists, so I always love seeing people develop the way that they're doing things. We've got lots of zombie things down here, so we've seen lots of horror makeups. It looks pretty good so far.
Thanks.
Cool. And we also have Raven Lunatic, who is very diverse in indie creative as far as special effects, but he has also had acting and film work. And this there is my friend Raven Lunatic, Gavin Stone.
How you doing,
I love
Gavin?
the creepy walking puppet, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, he don't go anywhere without me, so he's my lady killer. Well, him and my real lady killer over here, but he's only 5 months old, so.
It's always fun when you have the little ones that you can do fun things with, right?
No, it's a blast.
Very cool.
Well,
All right.
Thanks for having me on the show. I've got to drop. I've got to get ready because I've got to work in a few hours. So.
All right. Thank you so much, and I will talk to you in a couple of days or so.
All right. Thanks for having me on. Have a great rest of the show.
Great. All right, up to the
Good
top,
night,
click the
Good night.
red courtesy phone. And
I'm gonna
have a good night.
let's off too. Thank
Okay,
you
cool.
also for letting
Thank you.
me. So, yeah.
Good
All
night,
right,
Nikki.
bye.
And I'll talk to you in a couple of days too. All right, thank you. Red courtesy phone. You
All right, bye.
see your way out. Goodbye. All right, Gavin, I'm looking for your email, and I know it's in here. While I am searching for your email, this is Dead Door William. He is the co-host of Zombiepalooza Radio Live. Go ahead, Dee Dee, and introduce yourself.
Good
All that
evening,
fun stuff.
and welcome to the show.
I'm happy to be here. I don't think I've ever been interviewed by a dead guy before, so this should be quite interesting.
I've interviewed a lot of living people.
How many of you actually wanted to eat afterwards, though?
Oh, quite a few.
Yeah, the
have
bad
a-
interviews, just eat them so they go away.
Eat 'em
All
till
right.
they're- Or till they're gone.
I know, right? Okay, I'm still looking for your email. All right, so Gavin, tell people who may not know who you are, and the importance of what you do.
Okay, so I am Gavin Stone, probably the coolest person you're ever going to meet. I'm just going to say that right now because I started a thing called Fanboy TV. Now, the whole history behind it is when I was in college, I had this group of friends, and every day we'd come up with like 5 different ideas. And it was always one day, hey, we're going to do this, and one day we're going to do that. And I kind of grew out of the days of planning for a future and decided to go ahead and just do it. I happen to live in Austin, which is blessed to have one of the best access cable stations. So I got to experiment and play and figure out how to make TV. And I had so much fun doing it that I decided I wanted to help other people follow their dreams and start their projects, because it can be really daunting at first. And so what started out as this little thing of me and my brother has grown into this thing that it's about to do 4 live hours on Thursday and multiple shows, lots of people, different studios. Everyone has their projects that are starting to really just explode out. And it got bigger than I thought it was going to get, but it makes me really happy because it's about having fun and doing what you want to do and following your dreams and making your ideas a reality. but not having to do it by yourself, because a lot of people they're very daunting when they think about, well, it's TV. Well, let's take Eddie Rotten, for instance. He walked in, it was an interview on Austin Horror Show, and I looked at him and said, you need to be doing a show. And it took us 2 years, but he's now doing his television show from his podcast, and it's insane. And Chris Glover does Adventures in LARPing, and he for everything he learned from me, he did in 3 seasons of his own show. Edited himself, filmed himself, had a lot of fun with it. So it's all these different projects all coming together to form this really fun collective of just amazing people. And that's Fanboy TV in a nutshell.
All right. Did you send me an email back? No.
I would say that's probably a no. Was I supposed to send you an email today?
But actually yesterday, but it's I don't see it here, but I don't even see the one that I sent you, and I know that I sent you one. So something may be going on with the Gmail. All right. So what are some of the shows that people can see on Fanboy TV, and how is it set up so that the people that are actually doing the shows, how do they do them?
Well, it all started with fan service, which I was a huge fan of Attack of the Show when G4 was actually a network. And when they disappeared, I felt like there was this big hole in geek entertainment because everyone wants to be angry reviewers or let's players. So we developed a geek variety pop culture talk show called Fan Service. And it's an hour long, and we have a weekly 10 things list. We have topics with guests. We have debates and just little skits in it so that it's a really fun hour-long show to watch. And we've had some revolving hosts, and now we have our set 4 hosts. And so this was kind of the one that inspired everything and got everything started. The next show that we did was Adventures in LARPing. Chris Glover, he owns Zip Pop Goblin Games here. He had created his own LARPing system called Mr. Crossroads. And he came out because I did a real early show when we were learning about what LARPing was, because it gets a really bad rap. So he and I created this idea of Adventures in LARPing. So he's been filming it with all his LARP friends, and they film skits, and they do all – it's a really funny show, especially if you're into LARP culture. So that was technically our second show. Our third show that was ready to go was Zombie Life TV, which was with Eddie Rotten. And to say we didn't really know what we were getting into at the time is a little bit of an understatement, because his show is very different. It's a late night party. And we had to start it in a smaller studio, which is like a third the size of the main studio, and he tried to fit 20 people in there, and I'd be like, Eddie, you just can't do that. So now he's in the main studio, and he has a sideshow act and bands and all sorts of stuff, so it worked out.
Yeah.
Our fourth and fifth shows kind of just came to be. Ladies of Fandom, which is a geek girl take on the world of geekdom, is now live at 9 o'clock at night, and it's followed by Chris Glover's new show, which is called Combat Creations. And the original idea of that one for weeks and months was it was like Iron Chef, but you're making something instead of cooking it. And they changed it the week of to be, okay, since we want to be able to fine tune it, it's going to be 2 people, and every 2 minutes they have to switch off on the build. So it's different personalities clashing onto the build.
Oh, and I like that.
They have a different theme every month. So the first month was apocalyptic theme, and the second month was far, far away. And this coming month, I think, is steampunk. So you've got Jeffrey and Chris with 2 very different styles, and every 2 minutes they have to switch who's in charge of building. So they're trying to grab things from – they bring tubs of stuff they have around the house, and they're trying to use the pieces they want before the other person does and uses the way that they wanted to. And by the end, they built something in 25 minutes, and then they finalized it over the week and showed off the next week. So they started just with all this fun stuff. And now our next batch of shows, we've started filming a comic culture show called The Red Web Comic Conclave with Brad West here in town, who's like a massive cosplayer. And he's so detailed and amazing about the way he does his talking about comic books. So if you watch our Batman show from last season, you'll understand. And we're starting a cosplay culture show live with Creepy Cosplay and an Austin Toy Museum show, which is all skits and history of action figures and do-it-yourself stuff. So that's our next 3 shows coming up. Not to mention the slew of podcasts we're working on the side, because we've just been and that's not even all the projects. There's still so many projects and working right now, but these are the ones that are ready to go.
What is it like for you to see your concept from, I think I'm going to try to do this, and to where it's gotten in such a really short amount of time?
Well, it's been 4 years, and it's nerve-wracking, but it's happy. Like, people constantly ask me, well, why do you do this? Because, like, people who want help, I don't charge them for stuff. Like the people who do the fan films and stuff, we have a great relationship with the fan film community here because they need studio space. I'll book it for them so they can come and use it because I know they have a budget. And so they always ask, well, why do you do this stuff? I mean, what are you getting out of it? The best thing I can put it is I love watching someone's face when they see their project come to life.
Yes.
And when they get to see, because we're on TV. You can physically watch all of our shows on television. And live TV is a nightmare when you're running 45 people in 2 studios for 3 hours. And we're about to bump it to 4 hours. So there's so many things that could go wrong. And it's a studio space that's not ours. So we have to reset it every time we go in there because we don't know who's been in there. And I have a fantastic crew who can manage this now. And they're all super excited. And I love watching them just light up when we do it, because we do things no one here in town is doing. We do things that no one in that studio is doing. We figured out things that people that maybe in that studio used to know when they opened, who obviously are gone, don't know anymore. Mm-hmm. And so it's that look, like one of our studio guys, which was a funny story because on fan service, we have a skit called Geek Week News, and it's a pre-filmed news segment with completely made up news stories like the crashes on Mario Kart and G.I. Joe busted for drugs and, all sorts of stuff. Well, the hosts are Lance and Stephanie. Well, Lance is in the military, and as soon as he got moved back here, because they were doing it remotely, he got shipped to Korea for a year. So we didn't know what to do. So we started the Geek Week News with no one in the studio, and then the studio crew walked out, and they had to start filling in. So our actual studio crew was filling in for Geek Week News in a very comedic way, and one of them, who's our studio manager, is Jesse. Well, he was the one on location trying to find them. Well, the first time he was going to be on TV, he delayed his trip to Tennessee to come into the studio to watch himself on TV, and the whole crew that was on, because this was like a lot of their first time on camera, were just ecstatic. So it's little things like that really, I mean, it's worth it. It's so worth it to just watch them. Boom. And they get inspired and they create new things and they encourage others. We started with like 10 people. We're up to like 45 now because interns come and they stay. New people bring in shows, they stay. We teach everybody. Just come in, we'll teach you. And it's amazing.
So I met you through William Hauser. And I didn't know who William Hauser was, but I knew that William Hauser had been following my show for a while. And I had gone through an interesting year this past year with a lot of changes. I tried to do something out of the box that I thought was going to work. And then I got to a certain point and found out it wasn't going to work. And then it kind of like snowballed and everything else just kind of fell apart. And I lost my desire to be able to do this show because I had actually taken it off the air. He came to me sometime in December, and about mid-December, and my show had been off since I think October, slightly after October. And he goes, so what are you doing? What are you going to do with this? Is it done? Is it done for real? And I told him all this stuff. He was very patient with me. I just laid it all out, and I told him exactly what the heck was going on. He goes, it'd be a real shame if this didn't go any further. And I got an idea for you I want to talk to you about. And so I felt very comfortable with him. And I would have to say that I actually became emotional. He does not know this. He's going to know it now. I became very emotional the day after I had had that conversation with him, because he helped to get my spark back. And I was like, all right, so let me listen to what he has to say. And then that's when he introduced me to you. I had no idea how any of that was going to roll out. And I've not talked about this publicly, about the part where you become very important here. I talked with a number of people that are very close to me, and it was like, well, there's this new idea, and I don't know if it's going to work. If I do this, it's going to mean that I'm going to be sinking a lot of money into this, because we're going to do this for real. And what's funny about the for real part is that I've been doing it for 4 years, and it's certainly not been for fake, but for real, to be able to go into the next level of what we do here. I started to become nervous again, literally like butterflies in the stomach, and like, wow, this has got some nice potential. But on the other side, really reserved, because I had just been through a meat grinder and I didn't want to go back that route again. But when we sat down and we had a conversation about what you do, I listened to your enthusiasm, and I listened to how you looked at the entire project that you have here, and the importance of you putting these people, many of them strangers until you started working with them, at a certain level, not beneath you, not above you, but like right in that same level. I was like, I think maybe there's something to this. So with that, I went out and I did a lot of upgrades. I went and I got a new logo. I went and I got new hair, new kind of look, more of a cosplay look. I went out and I got some really cool photos that I have that a lady by the name of Shyla created, and I was going to go in a little bit and talk more about her, but I'm going to put her stuff out on the Facebook page. There's some cool props that I use. I'm going to be also doing some, don't tell anybody, guerrilla film work that has to do with getting more of the cosplay part of what I do into it. And that is because of you. Because I looked at that and I went, I am inspired by doing this. So why don't you let the cat out of the bag and tell folks what is going to be happening for this station in May that has to do with you.
So right now we own Thursday nights station, but we're going to start owning Saturday nights, because we're going to start airing your show Saturdays on TV here in Central Texas. So it's going to start at 10 p.m. That's going to be the whole 5 hours, and it's going to be pretty amazing. It's not going to be live, because we have to 7-day upload some of these things, and you're not live Saturday nights. Well, you are live Saturday nights, but not down there. So you'll see this week's show next week, basically, is what it's going to be like. And so you're kind of coming to join the Fanboy TV family, and we're super excited.
I would like to find out from your perspective what you think about what we do here and why you think that it will add to your community for your work.
So we like to cover a wide range of things in the geek world, basically. And yeah, we have Eddie doing his late night horror party, but we wanted something that was more structured and could bring on fun guests and talk about, creating these things and going into the world of horror, and not necessarily restricted to horror, but you brought on movie people and prop making, and so it's a whole wide range of shows that people can listen to and further be inspired by. because from everything we've done, people just keep getting inspired by it. So this is another key aspect that will help a whole nother generation become inspired and learn about things that they're not going to get with, you know, sideshow acts and us giggling about race cars. So, and you know, you bring on really good guests, and I think guest going is really fun. Like, we're never afraid to approach anybody because the worst they can say is no, and we have not had anybody tell us no. Like, we had the people behind the Void, that VR experience in Utah, before they were anything big, before they went to TED Talks, they were with us. And that was our show that we were so mesmerized. They were going, "You guys look dead, move," off camera, because we were just speechless. So I think it's another good aspect to bring to a growing community of people who inspire and create. That's why.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So what kinds of things can our folks expect that will be new, that will be like complimentary to Fanboy TV?
Like new shows, new podcasts, like what?
Guest people that have been other of your shows and that kind of thing.
So we are working this week. We have a big Renfest group in town because it's Renfest time here in Texas. So we had the Texas Renfer on last season. This season it's the Sherwood. They're on Saturday. We are I don't want to give too much away because I'm always afraid to jinx it, but
right.
We have a whole, like, when there's 5 weeks in a month, we do months. So our first theme month's coming up, and it's all video games. It's about the story of video games, the importance community. So we're lining up some amazing guests for that. Like, I'm trying
we can do segments of video games. There are actually some people that have been asking to see gaming segments. So
and I've been doing some lately.
Yes. Tell Gavin what you're doing, Dee, to help promote the show and fun stuff.
Well, to help promote the show, I've actually built 2 characters on GTA 5 with our zombie logo.
I haven't even started my character on Grand Theft Auto 5. I have it, but I'm afraid to put it in because I will get lost in the game.
Well, I'm on PS4.
Well, I'm an Xbox. Oh, come on. You can't be a good zombie and be on PlayStation.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, are you kidding me?
That's not my territory at all. So
battle.
Well, I just got my Nintendo Switch yesterday, so I've been playing Zelda for practically 24 hours. And it's an amazing game, but I feel like I'm looking at Xbox 360 graphics. So, yeah, I think the idea of the Switch is really fun, but I think they sacrificed gimmickiness for an actual next-gen console. So, yeah, we're working on some video game guests, and we're working on some more major guests for later in the year because we're gonna do a Dragon Ball Z. No, we just did the Dragon Ball Z show. We're gonna do a Power Rangers Legacy show because we know a bunch of the Power Rangers people, and we're just gonna have lots of fun. And right now, I am trying to book the Aliens guy from Ancient Aliens to come talk about aliens for Space Month. But he thinks I'm joking, but I'm like, no, I really want you to come talk because if I was gonna talk about aliens with anybody, it's gonna be that dude. Like, I cannot imagine anyone better to talk about aliens with. So we're working on that. We're working to get someone from SpaceX on about space travel and someone from NASA about going to Mars. So we're working on all sorts of fun things. But what's beneficial for fan service is that we have 4 amazing hosts, so we can pull off whatever. I know Eddie's working on a whole bunch of fun things for Zombie Life TV, but he wants to get back to more horror, paranormal, and conspiracy because he's kind of gotten away from that. Mm-hmm. Ladies of Fandom is still finding its footing, so it's kind of weird. But, yeah, so for guest-wise, I don't want to give too much away, but that's kind of what we're working on right now.
Well, I think what I can do as we go along is bring some of the hosts from Fanboy TV on and do it just like what we're doing here, real easy stuff, and they can use their phone.
So here's what I'm going to tell you: do not do Jeffrey and Harley together, because that's like the Wonder Twins. Like, they will totally sugar high. You won't be able to get them to stop. I don't know how I picked these two people, but they are amazing. And literally, you put me and Jeffrey and Harley together, it's an unstoppable force. Because Pocky is our rock. He is our more steady, grounded, down-to-earth one, but he's outnumbered. So
well, maybe I'll help him out there. Maybe you'll have me on with him, and we'll be able to see if we can parental this thing. Every once in a while, it's good. Sometimes.
Really, you gonna try to parental somebody? Alright, I'll go away.
yeah, that's so. It's really fun learning to wrangle those two, because I have never in my life lost it on live TV the way I did with Harley. Like, I almost peed myself laughing. Our one Halloween show, because we got really jacked in October, she and I did a 10 things list. The pumpkin spice must flow. And it was the worst things you could put pumpkin spice in. And we were laughing so hard, I almost peed myself in the middle of the studio. Like,
because people put pumpkin spice in everything. I mean,
here's the thing is, I get the whole list before, because I do everything here at the house to get it ready. So I had her 5 and my 5. And I didn't realize how they correlated until we were on live TV. Because she had things like tampons and toilet paper and condoms, and I had lube and kitty litter.
I saw that. Yeah.
So, as it was going on, it just went downhill really fast. So.
All right, so when I bring them on, what you're trying to tell me is, make sure I put them on last hour, because that's, blue hour.
We'll probably have to have a 5-hour show just for them.
Yeah, Jeffrey and Harley on their own would just be the most bizarre thing you'll have, because you can't let them run unchecked. I kid you not. The whole crew is basically called my Lost Boys, because that's basically what they are. If they're off on their own, if they're quiet, they're up to something. It's one of those type of situations.
I have a house full of 6 kids, and all range from really broad ages. And yes, when they're quiet, there's an issue. There's one of my strays right now. Let's see. This is Nico, and
Star Wars.
Yeah, right there. Some of the things that and this is my Lee. She likes to do special effects, makeup, and things of that.
Oh, really quick. Here is something that you might be interested in. We're starting a kids show with teenagers hosting it.
I think that is something that is very beneficial for these young people these days.
Yeah.
Put the damn phones down. Get your brain into doing something that's textile, and start stimulating another part of your brain.
So we decided we have our 4 kids. They're early teens, and they're going to start their own show talking about all sorts of stuff that'll appeal to them and kind of help bridge the gap because everything that Fanboy TV does is like for 20 and over.
Right.
But this is one to start bringing in younger kids to start inspiring them more. So it's going to be lots of fun.
Oh, Nico is about the apple pie spice now.
Oh.
Puts that in everything. So.
Well, you're in Texas. You put barbecue sauce and everything down here, so. And like anytime we go to a restaurant, they don't have sweet tea. I'm like, you do realize you're in the South, right? Like sweet tea is the natural drink.
This one is in Ohio and loves the sweet tea.
Right on, sweet tea. Like, why would you want anything else?
All right, go.
So yeah, we are going to start a kids show. It's in development right now.
I think it's really important to be able to have something that these kids can get excited about. I'm thinking also about bringing on young people who create in doing writing and in special effects, and maybe even some film work or photography.
See, I love that. That is the best way, because even my son, they sit around and they watch these dumbass people doing Let's Plays.
Right.
How are you going to sit there and watch someone who's not funny play a video game? We have to be entertaining. I don't get the Let's Play culture. I brought on esports people. I don't get the esports culture. I've had Let's Play people on. I don't get the Let's Play culture. It makes no sense to me that there's so much money in watching some douchebags play a video game that aren't even funny. So
that's what's funny.
Yeah, well, Pocky streams a lot for us, and he's been up a small streaming community. But I'm like, Twitch wants me to do a show, so I'm going to do a show, but it's going to be a puppet show. It's going to be like Beavis and Butthead. It's called the Puppet Brothers Stupid Video Game Show, and it's just following these two puppet brothers, and then there's some game clips, and there's more story, then there's game clips. I have to be entertaining. I'm not going to go watch me play Destiny, even though I'm a Destiny fanatic. Watch me play Destiny, and I'm going to do this jump. No, I'm going to do the stupid stuff, and I'm going to be in character. So I love the idea of inspiring these younger generations to actually do something and get up off the damn couch and stop watching Markiplier and PewDiePie and who the hell. Yeah, I get really upset about this whole Let's Play culture.
It's the idea of getting the kids into a situation where they have to create something sometimes actually gets a look of, do you want me to do what? Because I can go and sit here and I can watch this, or I can play this and I can be entertained, and it's too much work, or it is something that's very foreign to me, and I just can't wrap my head around it. Now, I kind of sort of blame parents because they're not getting as engaged with their children as they should be. And there's all kinds of reasons for that. But it's really important to do this because it helps them fundamentally grow better in their learning process and being able to figure out how to do problem solving and things of that sort. My kids got started into Minecraft, and at first I was kind of like, what are you doing? But then I looked and I'm like, Minecraft, that's not a bad thing. And
I avoided Minecraft for the longest time, and then I started playing it, and I have whole worlds built on my Xbox. We have a Minecraft server here that someone runs that we get online, we play, but we don't very often because my brother and his friends like to build giant nuclear reactors that crash the server because they like to blow them up.
Yeah, well, there's that too, but they also have the physical things that they can actually build too. It has different levels to it, and the Lego thing is really big in my house. So they'll sit down and they'll make all kinds of creations, and now they've got electronic Legos or something that's like that. It's fascinating stuff where you can make robots out of Legos. And it takes their brain away from the television and media and puts it into a different kind of setting so that they can actually start building synapses in their brains and starting to think out of that little flat box.
Yeah,
Good
so
stuff.
I'm hoping to inspire new people.
Cool.
The station we use here is now run by the Austin Film Society. They do the youth camps over the summer, and there's always so many kids making films over there over the summer for their whole camp course, and they do the big movie premiere with the Draft House where they watch a bunch of the stuff. Guardian, Gollum, Iron Gollum, actually.
Iron Golem? Yes, Iron Golem. Very cool.
Yeah.
Right.
My son's now into Pokemon, so I'm much more relieved. He was into bugs for like a year and just wanted to hunt bugs every day, so that's not as much anymore. He's into Pokemon, which makes me really excited.
Okay, well, the bugs thing is not, etymology is not a bad science to get into. You
Well,
like bugs?
He, long story short, wants to be a know-it-all, and he'll make up stories, and if he doesn't know it, he'll go pull out an encyclopedia. He'll literally pull out a book and look it up. So it was lots of fun getting him to look up stuff. He's not your normal child. He's doesn't watch TV, so I'm very fortunate in that. Like, I don't even have TV in my house. I have like on-demand stuff. But he lives with
So
his
we do
mom,
here
so
too. Yeah, it's cool. All right, so
You were talking about Minecraft earlier.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
Not to beat up on Xbox, but PlayStation's got a game called 7 Days to Die, which is Minecraft, but you literally have to build everything. You have to build your tools. You have to build your vehicle. You have to scavenge your food.
well, that's what you have to
Cook
do in
your food.
Minecraft, dead guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to beat up on
Yeah.
Xbox, please.
You gotta work for it.
Well,
All
it's a
right.
PlayStation exclusive game, which I was kind of disappointed.
Okay, so I'm getting really tired, and I would love to talk to Gavin for like forever, but I think he's kind of tired too. So,
Oh no, we're
and-
having an impromptu Mad Max Fury Road party in my living room right now. So
oh, you're gonna be up for a while then. All right. So, anything that you would like to, well, there might be a bunch of stuff you'd like to tell people, but anything that you would like to tell people that we haven't talked about yet before I let you go.
let's see. Next week is our 6-hour South by Southwest show live from 1 to 7 p.m. Central. So you'll see lots of fun films. We're actually at South by Southwest the following week. June is when we start doing 4 hours live TV on Thursdays with Creepy Cosplay at 7, which would be 8 your time, I think. I'm in Central Time, so let me just put that there. And, just be inspired. Be creative. Too many people these days just get up, go to work, come home, and don't do anything, and they forget what it's like to have imagination and a sense of wonder. Because I tell everyone, nothing in this world is impossible. You just have to figure it out. And I see people just go through life and they've lost what their drive. And I don't want that to happen to anybody. Everybody had a dream. Maybe your dream was to grow roses. Well, go do it. Nothing is stopping you. The one thing that drives me the craziest when people are like, well, I have to grow up. Grow up doesn't mean you have to be boring. Grow up just means you get to be more responsible and can actually fund your dreams. You're not relying on somebody else. Just create every day and just be happy. And that's really the only thing I can tell everyone. And, when you said earlier, when you were talking to me, it was like a team effort, is because this Fanboy TV isn't just mine. It's everybody's. It's every single person on the cruise. Fan service is everybody's show. They all take ownership of it. All the shows are that way that we do. I mean, even when we do our new show meetings, everybody's in there pitching out the ideas to help develop it where it is. And I can't wait for you to see this comic book show. Like, it's going to blow you away what Brad is doing.
That's cool.
But, I'm fortunate to be surrounded by great people. And we've had our bumps in the road. And there was a lot of growing pains these 2 months doing 3 live hours every week. But we figured it out. 2 studios. No one knew how we were going to do it. They just knew we were going to do it. So they went ahead and watched us do it. But I tell them all, be happy, create every day, and never stop dreaming. Never stop imagining. Never stop having fun. Because life's too short.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. All right. So on that note, I need you to give me your social media pages so that people can go and find where they can find you.
Okay. Go to fanboytv.com. That's fanboytv.com. You'll see a whole catalog of everything we're doing there. And look at Fanboy TV on Twitch, on Twitter, on Facebook. We're all under Fanboy TV. We pretty much monopolized that name. So, yeah, Google it. You'll find us. YouTube, Fanboy TV. Twitter is actually FBTV ATX, but if you Google Fanboy TV, you'll find it on Twitter. We have Twitch streams, and you can watch us live every Thursday
night.
Starting at Central, soon to be 7. fanboytv.com/live takes you straight to our live stream. And you'll see all sorts of fun stuff because I can't even tell you the amount of footage we have for everything that happens off camera. Because if you follow our Facebook, you get to see our pre-show.
You're gonna, yeah, that would be kind of cool. We, Dee Dee and I have been talking about doing something like that for this one, because sometimes some of the stuff that happens behind the scenes is stitch. Not today though, not today so much. My computer was down.
Yeah, it's the funniest things that happen just prepping to be on the show.
Just why?
And if you want to know what it's like to have the whole crew on, watch our pre-show. Jeffrey is our social media director. Right now at like 7, he goes live because we're live at 7:30 with Richard's LARPing. So he goes around the studio. It's completely unfiltered. We're all bat guano crazy. And like they chase him around with things. You'll see things happening, people putting on outfits and getting hair done, and just jokes galore.
That's cool.
So yeah, have fun with us and welcome aboard. And
thank you.
I can't wait to put you on TV here, see, because like I'm telling you,
I got butterflies in the whole bit.
Yeah, everybody does a YouTube show from their garage or their house. And they all want to be the next thing, but we're on TV. And even though TV is struggling, we're still on TV. You can physically turn on the TV and watch us.
Beep, right there.
And they'll be able to start watching you on Saturday nights.
I'm thrilled. I'm ecstatic. And I've got something that I want to talk to you about, but I can't do it like right now because it's not public at all. And we're still making connections, but it'll be something definitively exciting. And it has to do with, I'll give you a clue, has to do with Texas, and it has to do with conventions. And when you find out what I've got.
I already know. I think I know from earlier because I heard you talking about it.
I'm not exactly.
Frightmare? Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
No, much bigger than that.
It was hilarious that your guest was talking about starting his own haunted house, because we know 5 people who started their own haunted house. 2 of them were on Eddie's show a couple weeks ago. They're bringing their haunted house to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So
he's gonna have one that's gonna be traveling too. So once it gets put together. So
my crew is actually gonna be helping him, because when I say no effects artist, like Harley, cosplay effects artist, her wife Jill was the one who did, I want to say, the effects for Glenn when he died in Walking Dead.
Oh, really? Cool.
We've got PJ who does the Texas Terror Challenge and all of his effects work, and his whole team. We know all sorts of things, so we can literally pull off whatever we want, because we do want to start doing more scripted series. Right. So that's what our next batch of things are. Like, I want to do my roommate's a zombie, so I got to come up with a good zombie look for that. And some other fun things. So, yeah, it's going to be lots of fun.
Very cool. Very cool. We've been talking with Gavin Stone of Fanboy TV, and we appreciate your time. What do you think about being on this show for the first time?
It was interesting. I liked hearing everyone before, but everyone left for the best part, which was me. Like, they all just left. They're like,
I know.
Done.
Well, I'll put you on earlier next time when we bring you on, and then you'll get to be able to hang with a lot more people. All right, so we're going to be calling it a night for our first show in 2017. Thank you for watching. If you are watching currently, thank you for watching later. Please, what do they need to do, Dee, to be able to help push this thing?
Make sure you like, subscribe, share, and hit that notification for every Saturday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's below, not left or right. It's underneath. And we'll have all kinds of links in the description. Gavin, it's been an honor. Thank you so much for showing up.
It was lots of fun talking to you. They didn't talk very much, but I guess dead people don't have very much of a voice box.
No, well, we don't have much to talk about, but every once in a while, I get a professor, I get to talk all kinds of talk.
Oh, it's because you're a PlayStation gamer, so you don't really have lots to talk about. Yeah. You like playing by yourself.
All right, Dee, you know what to do now. Go ahead.
All right, for everybody out there, everybody have a good night, a good morning, and a good afternoon.
That's all, folks.